Welcome in, it's me, Bodhi T, your local magical abomination, and today we have yet more Roadwarden to contend with, the beautiful game. Last time we left off in the story, I believe, we had a bunch of more chores that piled up. We had to sacrifice, like such a chore, to sacrifice blood to a magical tree for it to bear the holy seed. Such a chore. In addition to having to clean the road, so I'm gonna get into my street sweeper. It's a funny little contraption. I love the way they look, but hello, Eris. Thank you very much for stopping by. We are going to have a delightful little romp, but before I get on with that, there is some progress that I've shown over my 1.0. It was demonstrated in the schedule art for this week. I put the silhouette with a big ol' question mark, because even though I'm done with the main model, I now have to deal with the hell that is texturing it. And I didn't think ahead, and now there's so many duplicate little pieces and things that I'll have to take one at a time to texture. It's going to be very fascinating. I've been looking up Blender shaders because I need some parts to be a bit more dynamic, I guess would be the word that I would use. So that is coming along quite nicely, and I cannot wait for it to come into fruition. We're going to have teasers. I am planning on maybe a weekly teaser where I shoot out a teaser every single day until the appointed time arrives. And then I will have a bunch of more assets for the debut of it, and I'm going to have a massive special events debut thing where like all what them other VTuber celebritants do. Where they start with the feet and then slowly whittle down and show it piece by piece. And I'm probably going to have a developer commentary about it because it's me, the person who made it. Yeah, I made it. I used a base model, which I will be crediting, but overall, I have taken that base model and I have modified it to such an extent that it is no longer recognizable. But I will still give credit where it is due. We are all not self-made, because that notion does not exist. We are products of the people that we surround ourselves with and the people who help us get to where we want to go. And I am no different. I am the product of everybody that stops by, that supports me, that chats with me, and every single asset or tutorial or thing on YouTube also comprises my being, because I listen to them and I get results done. I also wish another part of me was the spacebar so I could remember to click it when necessary and appropriate, because I saw a bit of scuff, but that's why we had— oh wait, no, I got rid of the scuff tag. Hello, Zoarkal, thank you for stopping by. So without anything left to pontificate on, I guess we can get into the video game. The funny video game. Roadwarden. Transition. Boom. Undead are known by many names, such as the Awoken, the Hollow, or the Empty Ones. What I want to know is why the screen isn't showing up on stream, and I can tell you exactly why, because the program game capture is still on the previous game we played. There it is. The beauty of modern technology, or namely of OBS. It cannot be underestimated. So, where were we in this delightful little venture? The journal shall explain to us all the things that we need to know. I have fetched food, read a letter, hidden a pouch, escorted a scavenger, and checked on old Pagos. Right, oh yes, the swamp altar is so that the druids may obtain enough power to cure the plague in old Pagos. Thais, the mayor of Howler's Dell, is willing to discuss trade and tax deals with Hovlaven in exchange for helping her neighbors. I'll receive a letter with her offer. Thais wants me to spy for her. Oh yes, and we have the necromancer to contend with. Elvius will agree to introduce me to Orenthius if he decides I've proven myself to be a trustworthy ally of his tribe. I love their use of the word tribe in this game. I spoke with Helvius about meeting with Orenthius. I should report back to Thais. I tried to report back to Thais. She wouldn't have any of it. Oh yes, I have a rod to place. Oh, now I remember. There is a cave upon the map over north on the yonder. The old tunnel. And in order to proceed into the old tunnel, I need light. And that light is a lantern. And that lantern is sold by the merchant in Howler's Dell. And it costs a proportionate amount of money, which I currently do not have enough of. So I think the focus of today's venture shall be to produce enough coins to buy the lantern. With that in mind, I need to figure out where to get jobs. Let's see. Oh yes, I have a rod to place, which should give me an amount of money. So where can I put a rod? Let's see. Inventory. Journal, let's see. Is there a quest to clear out the poor, defenseless foxes? I think the tree was... whenever the president... Oh yeah, I also still am yet to find Glossia's band. I received dragon bones depending on when I received a reward for bringing news about the dusk foxes. So there's yet things that I have not done with regards to this quest. Get to know the roads that connect Foggy Lake with both the western crossroads and the southern crossroads. Let's see what that is on the map. Oh, there's Foggy Lake. So it connects the southern and the western. So these two paths. The old forest garden, once tamed part of the woods, now neglected. The white marshes, the creepers. Oh, I actually have access to the white marshes now. I don't need to bribe the creeper warden. That's good. That's good for a game. Already placed a rod here. Where else could one place rods? And technically speaking, couldn't I just place a rod in Tulia's camp? I've never been there, but Tulia's camp is a ways away. Very unfortunate. The creeks, right, where did I, let's see. Journal, bronze rods. Abandoned watchtower, heart of the woods, hills above the druid's cave, around the entrance to an old tunnel in the north. Place a rod at the gate on the western road. So, I'm forbidden to place a rod in Howler's Dell. Therefore, the only logical place where one could put a rod that is not any of the other places where I put a rod is Tulia's camp. Surely. So... a small hamlet inhabited by a family of furry critters. Shall I ravage the home of nature once again? The temptation is there. Morality speaks that I should not. But this is a video game. So many decisions, so many things that need doing. I'm gonna go make it to Tullius camp and see if I can scrounge up something. It's time for me to go. I turn toward the one without a hand. Do you know Tullia? The man gives you a surprised glance, but then looks down and crosses his arms, holding his hand under his shoulder. I'm a new man now. There's nothing that ties me to the army. He has the accent of the city folk, same as yours. You've crossed a great part of this land, greater than most. Have you seen anything unusual? He takes a deep breath, his voice is close to a whisper. There's a fog in my soul. I was on the Eastern Road, hungry and sick, praying for the right to send its beasts on me and save me from the plains of the living. I remember the touch of fur, and the breath on my neck, the claws pinning me to the ground. I was waiting with my eyes closed. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, still feeling. I got back on my feet, walking until I reached the lights of this tavern, without so much as a bruise. Foggy may have no faith in her heart, but the right used her kindness to give me a second chance. Elion, or Leon, frowns at the man's words, and there's cautiousness in his voice. It may be crazy, but it's true he came after midnight raving. Maybe the monsters don't like his scent. Maybe. So you forgot everything? He hides his stump in the palm of his hand and curls up. I've seen a dragon eating a tree, an ape that tore away the head of a monstrous cat, and a wolf without fur that was as quick as a lightning. Now leave me alone, evil spirit, let my shame rest. He's shaking. Let him be, Zvi grunts at you. I don't know about a man trying to forget. Leon rubs his chin. A furless wolf, friend. I've heard about one. Our tribe's folk saw it in the heart of the woods. A nasty beast. Let's hope it won't find a mate for breeding. It charges at you like a runner and jumps right at your throat. He touches his neck. So even the hunters stay away from it. Too bad we've no crossbows. He raises his wooden club. Aye, better to avoid the deep woods with that one. I have one of those dang things. Quite convenient. Especially when taking down large predatory birds. Remember those from a couple of streams ago? I almost died. Yeah. Right. I walk away. Right, time to travel. Anything of note over here? I consider washing myself in the stream. I wash my shell. Shell has been washed. I step away. The foraging grounds. Can we forage? Forage a porridge, perhaps. The valley seems especially peaceful today. A couple of lizards are resting on the rocks, basking with no worries. You don't spot any larger predator. I could try the forage, though it will take even more time. I do that. I have acquired a food ration. The cabin. It's a cabin. Any more spiders? Termites are climbing the wooden beam that supports the roof. It seems to be their home. I enter the cabin. You step through the threshold. I leave the building. A fallen tree. A funny tree. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. Sadly, you're too late. Your catch is already starved to death and is now eaten by dozens of little creatures. You open the lid and pour out the contents into the river. Oh, well, at least that shows you what happens if you take too long. I take the fish trap back. You dismantled the trap. I consider washing myself in the river. I won't get any cleaner here, that's a shame. The Dolmen. The southern crossroads. We carry on. You follow the overgrown trail between the Dolmen and the southern crossroads, but it gets even more difficult than a few days back. You look at the fallen branches and a few trampled shrubs that are blocking the road. The large paw, a few blood trails and scraps of fur tell a story of a long clash between dangerous beasts. From now on, riding through this spot is going to take you even more time. Before I ride further away, I spend an hour or so clearing the path. And I become dirty again. Turns out a few of the plants were already dried out and are not too heavy. You get a bit sweaty, but unless another misfortune happens, the path should stay in pretty good shape. I get back in the saddle. Roadwarden maintaining the roads. Oh my. What happened here? A flock of rooks and crows flees the crossroads. The bushes are rustling. The wolf carcass is fresh, and so are the boot prints. I should investigate the trail. A wounded human, either of a large shell or with heavy equipment, has reached this spot from the south, shuffling with one foot. The wolf, lured by the scent of blood, ran through the shrubs, breaking a few twigs, but the few stabs it received were deadly precise. Reaching the organs, the fighter turned west. I follow the boot prints west. Ah, hello. The yard is stained with coughed-up blood, the trail leading into the building. The hunters are tense, with weapons at hand, looking at you as if you're bringing them answers. You're approached by Dali... You heard! The lieutenant from Hag Hills fled from her camp. Oh? The archive. Tell me, what are Hag Hills? Groups and places. There are no Hag here. Which one is Hag? Okay. She would be dead without her potions. What happened? A troll. And there's a hint of shame in her voice. She says she stopped it, but not before it tore the other soldier to pieces. Better speak with her. Enter the building. The innkeep greets you with a nod, then his eyes lead you to the bench in the corner. Tulia is sitting with her head resting against the wall, breathing heavily, with clean bandages on her neck. Arm and leg. Next to her are 3 small bottles, all of them open, but your nose catches no scent of ale. Her gambeson is on the floor, now more of a rag than armor. Tulia's been through some circumstances, most certainly. As you sit down next to her on a stool, she opens one eye, then another. She lets out a sigh. Tell me about the attack. There isn't much to say. It came in the early hours. We threw and shot anything we could at it. After it broke through the gate, I had one last arrow left. My subordinate, her voice is bitter, gave me time to aim, and now he's gone. Guess what? I met with Caius. I found this wax tablet. Do you still have any reward, or is it back at the camp? Did you manage to burn the other soldier? The sorrow in her eyes makes the shake of her head redundant. Found this wax tablet. Hey, I know you've just been through a traumatic event and you almost died and people around you actually died. What can you tell me about this tablet? She opens it and takes a quick glance. Well, it's from Hovlaven. Astarion and my lieutenant were the only people I've seen with green tablets like this one, and the locals don't write chronicles. She gives it back. I can't read. Ah, a fellow illiterate individual. Better look for the priest of the right. Good call. Guess what? I met with Caius. Definitely, wink. You mentioned the tavern and Foggy's care. Tulia sighs with relief and rests her hands on her sides. Alive. That's good to hear. Deserter or not, how's he doing? He's insane. The man has visions and nightmares of beasts clawing at his very shell. He is unwell. The people around him try to put him to good use. His soul is healing, even if slowly. You describe what you've seen, making her reach behind her head and take a deep breath. I guess I ought to be a bit less angry thinking about my squad, though that's quite a task. She chuckles. I'm so glad he found kindness in this land. I wish he didn't have to look for it, though. Do you still have my reward, or is it back at the camp? After a brief scowl, she looks down and shakes her head, snickering weakly. I knew you would ask me that. Yeah, it's all here. I took everything of value with me. Take another look outside the main hall. How are you doing, the scavenger? Hey, Roadster, need anything? I forgot his voice completely, so I'm improvising. Haha. Bye. I go to the well. I wash my shell in the well. I step away. I can sleep there, but I'd rather sleep here. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to a brown hairy boar which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forests. It responds to the touch of the human's hand and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of a hind hoof. It's getting scritches. No matter how friendly it appears, it's still tethered to the well, and you have no doubts that it is in charge, that its charge would leave Dave dead in a breath. Do not hurt Dave. Dave is quite important and centrifugal to the plot. When the woman notices you, she steps forward to the boar's disappointment. So, the new Roadwarden. She points at a window with her chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything now, but when we travel with our furs, we can use some assistance. She may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of time on her unpowdered face. That is a very colorful way to say that she has wrinkles. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthily pale. The boar runs up to her, observing your boots and fruitlessly sniffing for food beneath the beaten ground. She pats its back, but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time, and we can talk about this and that. How about a game or two? We can talk about... we have a bit of time to talk about this and that. Maybe you'll get a couple of coins, or lose some, she winks. We could play dice or throw axes at a target. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we can actually do stuff. Wow, judgmental much? The writing in this game is quite well tailored to hiding judgments by just being very colorful with the descriptions. It's quite nice. The writing is amazing, to be honest. Yes, I believe so. It is quite engaging. I very much like it. Hats off to the developer, whose name I do not know because I never looked at it, but we shall see on the store page. Moral Anxiety Studio. That's fun. Based in Wiesbaden, Germany. Wait, no, that's the publisher. They've published several things. Oh, they've also published Sticky Business. I remember that game once. But yes, it's made by Moral Anxiety Studio. Fun name. I have a lot of moral anxiety with regards to this game. Alright, where were we? Show me what you got with the axe throwing. Your arrival, and especially the dragon bone you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. The guards prepare a couple of wooden planks, which are leaned against the wall. There are also spectators, and you're told that the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, she says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. I don't even know how to magic. I have a magic rock, and if I eat the magic rock, it shall surely kill me, because I am so bereft of a sorcerer's ways. There's going to be 4 participants and 8 rounds. You aim the target drawn with charcoal. The person whose axe lands the closest to the center of the circle gets a point. Axes that fail to stay in the plank don't count. The person who has the most points at the end of the last turn becomes the winner. Time to gamble. I need ways to make money, and I did not even consider that I could gamble my way into success, and that is quite nice. I blend in with the group. You talk a lot, but also don't say much. Oh, never have I found a sentence more relatable. Stop attacking me. You share casual jokes, memories, and views on luck and optimal strategies. Dave and Tulia's camp are also brought up, but when you ask about the roads or the locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's a poor beer made from the leftovers after the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, and doesn't reach your head. But you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything. The boar may get sick, says the opponent with one arm. As a guest, you start with the first throw. Your axe flies well, hitting the very middle of the painted target and piercing the plank with a pleasant thud, which makes it really difficult for the other players to outperform you. A minute later, you've won the first round, but you can't expect to be that lucky every time. Force, use violence. I've trained in axe throwing for years. I've got this. Yay, my choices in the beginning are paying off. Let's do this. Boom. Fuck. Even though you get 2 points, Dalit gets 1 more. Yes! She raises her fist and nods to the spectators who chuckle at her cheeky pride. After you give her your coin, she looks at you in the eyes with a smile. I have been robbed. Fuck. Ooh, I'd like to put this rod on your watchtower for Eudocia the Enchantress. Please, you stole my money from me. This is the least you can do to repay me. She moves it close to her face, observing it with widened eyes. Is this some sort of magic thing? After your reassuring words, she's unconvinced. I don't know. I ain't fired up to do such favors. Maybe ask me after you spend some time around, show us what you're capable of, or play dice with us when you have an hour or 2 to spare. These folks here, she starts to whisper and points with her thumb at the guards. They crave gossip. Fine. But I just played throwing axes with you. Does that not count? I met Quintus. Does this count as gossip? You explain the difficult situation he finds himself in, putting emphasis on his wounds and food issues. Listening to your conversation, the nearby guards surround you, forming a circle together with the boar, and ask you if Quintus is in one piece. Your tale causes the tension to give way to jokes. He's so scared of the wrath of the herders they'll sooner eat his bloody crossbow than learn how to use it, says one of the older women. Let's give the poor guy a break, Dalit interrupts, which is not welcomed by a one-eyed man, who comments that he's not even here. After another minute, she grins at you. Thanks for telling us. We'll change some plans and get in touch with him during our next trip. Come on, not that. The same man chips in, but quiets down under the redhead stare. Ugh. Do not underestimate the daggers a redhead can stare into your soul. I show her the arrow I found near the fallen tree. Did any of you drop this? She returns it without hesitation. Nah, we get ours from the villages in the south. They don't use pheasant feathers. The locals ask too much for their arrows. As if they're filled with pneuma or something. I met Cillian, he says hi. She looks up, twirling her hair as she thinks, sorry, who? Foggy Sodden? He gives you a beaming smile. Ah, so that's his name. His accent is so thick, I kind of misheard it, so forgive me. How's he doing? You gossip about the man and his companion. Ah, there we go. Gossip achieved. And a couple of the hunters join your conversation, asking about the Eastern Road, the tavern, and traveling in general. A good couple of minutes is spent on discussing fashion in creeks. Some of the hunters regret not being used to wearing leather and furs, while others are convinced that linen is more convenient. And if you're cold, just put on a cloak, says the woman with a bandage on her neck. After some time, the guards walk away, leaving you with Dalit and the napping boar. Were they for the innkeep, truly? Dalit, right? Oh, she giggles to cover her confusion. Are you asking me out? I ain't interested in any silliness. I said your name. I do not want to have sexual congress with you. She brushes away the hair from her forehead, the tangled chaos all over her scalp, cares not for her efforts. Well, yeah, half my life ago I was living on crops, but I bet I've shot down more monsters than you've broken eggs. Are you much of a fighter? Many more eyes turn towards you. I fight to protect others, that's my job. I'm a hero. While Dalit pats the boar, the guards get back to their own affairs. Hero material, huh? Ain't something I'm going to be jealous about, this trade of yours. I had a cousin who tried to get rich as a Roadwarden. She kept it together for maybe half a year, was lucky enough to die in a village, not in the middle of nowhere. At least she hadn't woken up. The good folk burned her on a proper pyre. Ah yes, the fate of all would-be travelers and adventurers. Have you ever been at the heart of the woods? They sometimes hunt south from here. There are good hunting grounds in the western half. The second one is too overgrown. Maybe the soil is different? She shrugs, then moves the hair away from her forehead. But it's a risky spot. There are treats there and wolves, even the furless ones. And if you have to go through the tall grasses, watch out for what's on the ground. There ain't many archers in the trees. She smiles as if it's a joke. But there are all too many worms, even larger than the water leech. Oh. Delightful. I was foraging for berries for the innkeep. He chuckles. So I've heard, don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves, but he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people all the time, just to see who agrees to do them. Wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. I'd like to put this rod on your watchtower for Eudocia, the enchantress. Please? Yes! I achieved it! She moves it close to her face, observing it with widened eyes. Is this some sort of magic thing? After your reassuring words and incredible charisma, she pauses. I mean, if it's nothing dangerous, fine. I'll tie it somewhere during my watch, don't you worry. There are some goblins in the nearby ruins that pose a danger for the road. I can't pay these people. I literally lost all of my money gambling, or competing. I walk away. Time to sleep at the inn. I enter the inn. Innkeeper. Ooh. Do you have any leftovers? Not today. Nope. Here's this gatekeeper, Quintus. He looks at a mug, listens to your tale. So I expect for me to do with him once he's here. He's a brave, strong soul. He could assist your hunters on their trips. We use our wits and traps, not so much brute force, but I guess you're right. A fierce hunter may be of use. He rubs his arms and reaches for a piece of roasted lizard. Bring him here. I offer him gruel and a corner to sleep. And I'll pay him once he helps us catch some worthy game. Sure. Do you have any jobs for me? Nope. He wants me... He freezes, observing your hands. Silently, he wants me to get the answer from the mayor on Howler's Dell. I'm on it. Right, still doing that. I bring sad news from Old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. He sighs and puts his muscled arm on his head, then asks you about the state of the village and the symptoms you know of. After a short conversation, he observes the counter. I was planning to get in touch with those stone cutters. Thank you for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it until spring. Let us hope. Sleep. Sleeping on a bench. Sleep. Aha. Ah. The uncomfortable sleeping spot and the sounds of the conversation and closing doors wake you up a few times during the night. Nevertheless, your back survives. The morning air here is stuffy, and the innkeeper is already starting a fire in the stove. He asks if you need anything. Food? Haha, food! Yep, you're lucky. I was planning to give it to the boar. Here. He goes to the stove, and in a couple of minutes prepares your meal. And you see a nettle tisane and a simple root stew with hardly any meat in it. While you're eating, he asks you if you need anything else. Your hospitality is enough of a fulfillment of my needs. That's all I need. I go outside. I approach the guards. I can't afford to gamble. I walk away. Right, well, we managed to achieve the bronze rod, so let us go to the secluded residence. Bing bong. I have placed all the rods. I have done what you asked. Now you can take over the world. I wait for as long as it takes. It's getting colder, but finally the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside. Go inside. I'll be with you soon. I enter the yard. I found a barren field, maybe affected by a curse. Do you have anything I could use to see if I'm right? That's a fun question, but let's... where's the rod? He's not willing to talk about the bandits. Where's the rod? Oh, there it is. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. 4 coins! Eudocia wipes her hands on her robe, puts one into her pocket, and waits for you to describe the locations where you've placed the rods. She asks you for a few details and thinks aloud. Let's see, 8 rods in total, so that would be... Here you go. Right, I guess we're done here. Quest completed. It looks so. Thanks, Bodhi, fantastic. As a bonus reward for placing all of the rods, you can buy my spirit rocks cheaper. Oh, wow. Such a journey would take me weeks. Or it wouldn't. For I wouldn't try it. And she chuckles, but as she twirls her hair, her eyes grow absent again. Hey, so about your parents? I'm afraid they didn't make it. She closes her eyes. Her voice becomes absent. Back to trade, then. I'm going to lower the price of my spirit rocks for you by 2 dragons. I think that's fair. She opens her grey eyes and you notice tears. Her voice is shaking. I need a moment. Don't we all? Definitely. I'll go brush my horse. Go get your moment. Once you're alone, you have an opportunity to take a closer look at a nearby golem. It seems dead. Inactive, as city folk would call it, but the pneuma still makes its chunks float less than an inch away from one another. It doesn't react to your presence. Unlike the gatekeeper, it bears engraved signs on its larger rocks. Their meaning is unclear to you, and you can't tell if they're a decoration or carriers of a spell. I step away. You use this hour to rest from riding. You exercise for a bit, practice combat stances with your axe, then brush Dave, which then gladly takes a nap. When Eudocia leaves her house, she crouches by a bucket of water and washes her face. Once she straightens up and turns towards you, there's a shadow of a smile on her lips. I'm glad you stayed around, but I'll be fine. Is there aught else I can do for you? Yes, you can. She doesn't trust me enough to speak about Asterion. You seem afraid of the bandits. She glances at the gate. I'm not afraid. Glossia is fucking terrifying. Here's a little tip. And engrave it on your soul. She can't be reasoned with. If you're strong, threaten her. If weak, ask her for mercy, I guess. She wanted to work with me, but I need no right to know her soul is wicked. She takes a step towards you. I think they're somewhere in the deep woods. Oh, that's where they are, in the heart of the forest. I don't know much about these lands. I've got other stuff to worry about. There's only one place that I know of that could keep an entire band, the old lumberjack camp. Okay. But you won't reach it through any of the main roads, so she steps back. That's that. Okay. I learned very valuable information about Glossia's band. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel the so much progress. Oh, it's quite a treat that can't be beat. I found a barren field that may be affected by a curse. Do you have anything I could use to see if I'm right? A cursed field? Where did you find this stuff? As you explain briefly, she observes your boots. I know the place, but she steps away and approaches the garden patch by her house. She observes it for a moment, then kneels down, paying no attention to her robe, and reaches for a wooden spade. What she digs out looks like a tree sapling with 2 leaves that are as large as a hand and a thin elastic stalk. It's shorter than your head. But yeah, look at that, still green. Give me 2 dragons and I'll put it in a bag with soil. It should survive at least a couple of days. How does it work? She straightens up. Well, you plant it, of course. Wait for half an hour and you'll see. If it grows an inch, she frowns, raises the plant to her eyes and grunts. Forget it. If it bursts into bloom, the soil is enchanted. If it withers, it's cursed. Stays the same, no pneuma. She lowers it again. Just be careful when you do it. It loves fogs. Okay. So it's a plant that grows by magic. Yes. And it costs 2 dragons. Oh yeah, I actually have money. She gave me some. But I need it for a lantern. Why do you even have such a thing? Are there any magic fields around? Well... Is it showing that I'm not very good with money? I think I'll think about it because I don't even remember where this cursed field is, so I will think about it. I need to save my money for very important gambling, you see. Surely, if you've ever been to the shortcut, what can you tell me about enchanting? Do you need help with anything else? Yes. Ooh, flowers for Eudocia. Yeah. Her lips form a shadow of a smile. I do, but it won't be as much of an ordeal, just a simple errand. Oh, I love simple errands, especially when they pay well. She moves closer and pulls out a dry flower petal from her pocket. See, it's like an orange tulip, but has much larger leaves. It's called snakebait. Bring me 1 or 2 freshly picked. I'll pay you 5 dragons. Fair enough? Any tips where I can find it? That's the hard part. You can try in the western villages or in the deep woods. They need light, so not in caves, but stay in shadow, so below trees, edges of meadows would be my guess. Or maybe you find one just by the main road. Keep your eyes open. Deal! So, this is going to be harder than I imagined. I saw some words on your golems. What did they mean? She thinks for a bit, then meets your eyes. They hold my spells. Each one means aught different. Look, chase, beast, run. The golems are meant to hunt, and I hope that if aught happens to them, I'll have an option to put these enchanted rocks into other shells. She twirls her hair. A nice little trick, though I'm not sure it works. I plan to use a few more words, like dig or lumber. Adorable. He doesn't trust me enough to speak with me about Asterion. Anything to trade? You have spirit rocks and a sapling. It's meant to react to magically altered soil. Right. Time to travel to the abandoned watchtower. And shelterize myself there. Sleep. I slumber. Sleeping on the buggy pallet. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. Oh, how delightful. I need my street sweeper, Dave. You open your eyes, and there's this unpleasant tingling on your cheek. You reach for what turns out to be a small bug. You throw it away and look around, only to see dozens of tiny creatures swarming on the floor and the bed, as well as your blanket, clothes, and bags. You push some of them away, gathering your things with thoughts still clouded by dreams. Ugh. Bugs. They're everywhere. Inventory. Devour the spirit rock. No. The food rations. There we go. I am nourished now. Right, now what do I have to do? Oh yes, I can go back to the Pelt of the North and gamble. Muddy roads slow you down. Indeedy. Alright, let's see. Journal. Quests. Bronze rods. I meant to place yes. It's crucial that I place one in Marsh. I did it all. According to Eudocia, the flowers can be found in shadowy meadows that grow in deep forests, so I need to go through the heart of the woods, presumably. Where's the map? The map. The heart of the forest. Do I want to go there with 0 armor and 3 health? I feel well, but that could very well change. What day is it? Day 25. I have 15 days left. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get this far in this game, but it has gripped me and time passes. And it waits for no man nor Roadwarden. To the Pelt I go. I approach the guards. How about some axes, huh? I'm ready when you are. Winner takes all. God! Diddly doodly dang it! Between the thudding of axes, there's plenty of time for casual gossip. After a long series of misses, you finish with 1 point, the second to last place. You give the gasping winner your dragon bone. Cheers, he says, but doesn't make a big deal out of it. The light-hearted comments of the other losers lighten up the mood, and Dalit approaches you with a smile. Gosh, dang it. Just a moment. She runs in front of you, cutting your way with her wide grin. Well, to help us out, I spoke with our boss and I kind of need a rider. Oh, hell yeah, jobs. What do you need? We could use another pair of hands here. Someone who knows their way around the woods. You start to explain that you'd rather stick to the saddle, but she waves it off. So help me find a better soul. There are 2 people I've heard who would like to join us. Erastus from Howler's Dill and Cassia from Gale Rocks. She rubs the side of her boar, then pushes it away gently, as if she's asking a child to play by itself for a few minutes. The thing is, we already have hunters who used to live in these places, and they told me they ain't all too eager to welcome them here. I'd like you to speak with them both, and to ask the folks from their tribes about them. Before I make a decision whom I should invite, I need to be sure they can handle the job. Or what about Quintus? Your question sparks playful comments from her companions. He's a great friend, she admits, but he can't be trusted with more delicate tasks. When possible, we'd rather avoid using muscles alone. What matters the most is getting out of trouble with as few scratches as possible. What's in it for me, eh? Coins, she giggles. How about 5? Okay, tell me about Cassia. She mentioned to Astarion she'd like to come here. She's a guard, but I've heard she's more of a talker than a fighter. Gale Rocks is so far away, I'd really prefer not to travel there, but if she's the better choice, I may have no other option. So who's Erastus? A trapper. A few months ago, he told a passing-by caravan he wanted to leave his home and asked them to bring us his message. One of his past neighbors told me he remembers Erastus as a weak, quiet boy. I ain't sure he knows how to fight, but we'd rather use the traps anyway. Any tips on how to handle this? She glances at the other guards, and the one with the fancily braided beard clears his throat. Ask as many people as I can. In small villages, you can never know who sleeps with whom. I'll tell you if I learn anything. Recruit a hunter. I go to the well. I wash my shell. Yay! Splashing yourself with cold water from a bucket won't take away your smell, but it's enough to remove the tallow and sweat from your skin, or mud stains from your clothes. Travel. Right. What do I need to... What was it? Oh yes, I was gathering money to get a lantern, but now I have a bunch of other jobs. How much time do I have left? Ooh, not a whole lot, so I can travel to Howler's Dell, where... Ooh. Oh yes, you can get here before nightfall. Oh yes, I can go through the heart of the forest if I am brave enough. Oh yeah, that is also where Quintus is, so I can actually speak to Quintus, yes. I am optimizing my traveling. Yes. Time to go to Howler's Dello. Roadwarden. Traveling. I head to the stables. I am broke. It is true. I am broke. He scowls at you, but points to an empty bucket and steps away. I fill the trowel with water from the creek and make sure Dave is comfortable. You're wandering through the village. A group of children, covered in mud, gathers around your mount and argues loudly about what's better, horses or donkeys. An old fisher is walking nearby, pointing at a tiny, sparkling fish that he's just caught. I was meant to speak with Erastus for Dalit. Yes, I was. You ask an archeress if she could point you to the trapper, and she directs you beyond the walls to the edge of the northern pasture. There, next to the creek, a lone wanderer examines simple box traps. They're placed every few steps, and judging by the man's empty sack, so far all of them have turned out to be empty. Hearing your steps, the man sends you a glance, but soon returns to his task. In the city, he'd barely be seen as an adult. His facial hair is sparse and light, and he's shorter and slimmer than most women in his tribe. His elegant dark blue tunic suits his tanned skin, and the long dagger he's carrying has a carved handle. He's crouching, looking toward the other bank and playing with blades of grass. Dalit heard you're interested in heading south. He turns his head only slightly, as if it's easier than raising his voice. But he still avoids looking at you. She did? Are you taking me there? His voice is surprisingly deep. Whoops. Adding to his ears. What are you going to bring to the table? He waves at the boxes. You see, caught a hare yesterday, nay in a box, in a snare. I can cut and dress pelts too. He waits for a bit longer, but he adds nothing more. Won't you miss home? He drops the grass on the ground, stands up, and wipes his hands against his pants. Nah, no one to talk to. Can you survive in the woods? He gives you a puzzled look. Why would I? I'll go with the group, dig holes and sharpen sticks. Tisn't like I'm going to put anyone in danger. This job is much more difficult than you'd think. His voice grows frustrated. All hunters act as if they're masters of the woods, but they die all the same. He grabs the nearest box. One of the walls turns out to be loose, so he adjusts it quickly and starts to wander away. Just give me a chance to do what you want, and I'll do it. I can go any day, any hour. I guess that's that. Job journal updated. Right. To the main square. Ask a guard to look for the mayor. The mayor! I have new news to share. She's waiting for me to learn about the raids in the north. I mean, I did learn about the raids in the north. I have a few questions about Erastus. She makes an odd grimace, trying to smile while expressing confusion. I doubt there's much to say here. He's just a trapper and not the best one. She's not willing to speak about Erastus with me. Cool. You're about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. Thank you for your time. I smile a Cheshire grin. To the trader. What do you have for sale? The lantern. Oh my god, the lantern's only 4 coins. I could have bought this. I could have bought this if I didn't gamble. Oh, the irony. Oh, the sweet, cruel irony. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't quick save. Oh. But that will count as save scumming, wouldn't it? This is a part of the adventure. Oh, my soul! It has been damaged. It has been damaged so severely. I'm looking for flowers that look like orange tulips, but with much larger leaves. Do you grow anything like that? Alaska, Bions. Our wife had some of those. Oh, she did. After a few minutes, he brings you a clay pot with a plant not larger than your hand. It has a single flower and a couple of healthy leaves. Back in spring, Asterion asked us to grow them. He's no longer around, that little stinker. Ever our presence annoys me now. 3 dragons, and I'll give you what's above the ground. Maybe it'll grow again. You ask him what he knows about it, he picks it up to look at it closely as if it's his first time seeing it. Well, the forest speaker from the southern cave told me it's a herb for potions, snakebait, he said. I think it lures serpents. I'm not sure, but it's pleasant in taste, I think. Maybe another time, chum. Actually... yeah. Wait. But that's the problem. It's a single flower. She said I need 2 or 3, so... Quick save. I don't want to make the same mistakes again. Flowers for... Wants me to pick a few orange tulips. According, the flowers can be found... But actually, I did quick save, so let's see if it's multiple. I'll take it. You bought snakebait. Right. Now I'm broke again. Yay. I walk away. The innkeeper. Did you have a chance to talk with Erastus lately? His eyes get gentle. Poor kid. Is he in trouble again? You mentioned that someone wants to offer him a job, but the innkeep lets out a sigh and leans against the counter. Maybe that's for the better. Lately he's been struggling around here. While he's far from eager to share the details, one part in particular catches your attention. That's the thing with bar fiction, you see. My wife was clear he ought to stay away from our daughters until both him and they pass 20, but it's easier said than done. Oh. So he's trying his hardest to find love when all he needs is to love himself. A very sad state of affairs, but 'tis the path of the youthful. They know not that true love comes from within. Thanks. You're in front of the Ape Ale Inn. Can I sleep? Wait until evening. Sleep. Time to become disheveled once again. Right. I want to... What will resting for the day accomplish? Nothing. Map. I want to get to the gate, talk to Quintus, and then go back to the secluded residence. Let's hope that that is something that I can accomplish. Thanks. I leave the square. I travel. Surely I'll have enough time. To the gate. Quintus, my dear boy. Have you ever met... You hear breaking wood and roaring creatures in the east. Quintus looks at you from the top of the precipice that's near the tower. He crosses the parapet and leans forward. Warden! Thanks for talking with Dali. She brought me some supplies for my tusks and claws. Things could look better, but you know. Have you ever met Erastus? Nah, I remember him trading with my neighbors once or twice, but I never spoke with him. Bit of a wimp. Of course he'd say that. About your duty. Nyason will allow you to stay at his inn. He'll even pay you after you help the hunters on one or more vicious trips. He crosses his arms, still hesitant. Won't be more risky than this place, and I'd finally have some time to rest a bit, but what before that? Am I to live on oats and water and rags? If you're really this desperate for coins, I could spare you a few, even though enough for you to get comfortable at the inn. I've entered the woods many times. You can trust me, the creatures there are beyond human. I don't want to pay him for this. He steps away. You already helped me quite a bit. I can't ask you for that. I need to pay him at least 10 coins to make him head to the inn. Okay, so this guy took about 10 rations, give or take, and now he wants 10 coins. What is he, the Pope? Let's return to this later. Christ on a pogo stick. Alright, to the secluded residence. Please tell me that you'll give me 5 coins. I wait for as long as it takes. Enter the... It's getting colder, but finally the monster's eyes grow red. I brought you flowers. Her eyes widen as she moves closer to you. And I've got your dragons. Her outstretched hand is shaking. How about 8? Let's not get greedy. Quick save. Let's get greedy. Her eyes are piercing through your skull. Oh. You drive a hard bargain. Forget it, take him. Fine job, she says quietly, examining the petals. Right. Well, that was way easier than I anticipated, but now I need to go back to Howler's Dell. And to do that, oh boy. Let's get her done. To the pelt. I return to the pelt. 30 minutes before dusk. The lights are promising a refuge. The guards have bows and spears in their hands, and some rush to the gate only to close it again right after you ride inside. Bored with life, Roadwarden, one of them grumbles. Hadn't you noticed it's almost dark? Get off my horse and enter the inn. Sleep. I'm going to die of starvation, but I can actually rent a room. I am hungry. Oh! Oops. Starvation weakens you, even physical struggles. Any leftovers? Nope. Show me your wares. Give me a food. I need food. Thank you. Inventory. Give me the food. Nourish me food. Good. Right. That's all I need. I have survived. Time to travel to the Dell and purchase a lantern. Travel to the Dell. I head to the stables. I'm broke! I offer my services to the guards. Let's see. I do not do that. To the main square. The trader, Akakios. What do you have for sale? Give me the lantern. Yes, I've bought the wooden lantern. I am now back to being broke. Nothing for now. I leave the square. Actually, can I go to the main? Nope. Oh well. I leave the square. I travel to the old tunnel. Time to see what hides inside. I grab my lantern. Haha, I now have a lantern. You place a candle on the ground, then light it up with a few sparks from your tinderbox. You shove it inside the lantern, through the hole in its top, pressing it onto a nail. You shake it for a bit, making sure it will stay standing. The candle isn't as bright as your torch, but it's safer. It will last longer and can easily be replaced with another one. I enter the tunnel. Oh, the tunnel is another pseudo-dungeon like the deep forest. Delightful. The road ahead is like the one you just crossed, a human-carved straight corridor supported with beams, while the other paths are curved and narrow. The only light comes from the exit, minutes away from here. I move forward. You forge ahead for another few long minutes, no longer able to see the light from the exit. You'd need to stand on someone's shoulders to touch the ceiling. So far, you could ride through the tunnel without getting out of the saddle. The sound of a stream is reaching you from ahead. This time, there are no side paths. I examine the tunnel. You spend a few minutes walking back and forth. Here, the wooden support is denser, with more beams on both of the walls and on the ceiling. The trash, on the other hand, is sparse, and you find nothing of use. The animal trails turn back to the entrance, with the exception of the human-like bony prints. I move forward. The stream has formed a wide pond. You stab it in a few spots, but it turns out to be only a finger or two deep. There's no sign of a bridge. I crouch and take a closer look at the water. It's clean, but the dark rocks and the lack of light camouflage its soft sand-like bed. You find a few bones and other remains, but with every step you disturb the sediment, further clouding the water. The water flows from your right to the left. Its trail is wide enough to follow, at least for a few steps, and so tall that you can do so without crouching. I'm gonna follow the water. You picked the cave ear mushroom. Mushroom? The corridor has become less spacious after just a few steps, but you manage to take a good look around, moving both with and against the flow. The wet walls are home to worms, mold, and what looks like pale spiders. Though with only 6 legs, among the commotion you spot a cave ear sticking out of the wall, a familiar, though unfriendly mushroom, the creamy color distorted by your light. You grab your knife and cut away what seems like a least bug-infested chunk. And after wrapping it in with a linen sheet, you wash your hands. The cave ear is used by some fighters to enhance their senses in combat. You may want to take it to an alchemist. Delightful. I actually found something to barter and trade with. That's a first. I move forward. I open the door. The open door to your right leads to a narrow corridor. You take a look further down the tunnel. A cave-in broke the timber, blocking the path forward. I take a closer look at the cave-in. I walk through the door. Take a closer look at the cave-in. Examine everything. You push away a few rocks, making them roll on the floor, but the blockage is at least a few steps deep. It would take an entire team of diggers to get through, if it's possible at all. You climb up a bit and peek through a larger hole close to the ceiling. There's a weak light coming from the distant end of the tunnel. I step away. I walk through the door. It squeaks. The corridor resembles the interiors of a fortress, with flat, regular walls and a ceiling so low you couldn't ride through it. You reach another, much larger chamber, with what seems to mimic the corridor's style. I enter it. The spoiled food and moldy planks make you hold your breath. The chamber used to serve as a dining spot with tables, chairs, shelves for mugs, and barrels of drinks, but all that's left are worms and mustiness. You don't see the furthest wall until you bring your light closer. The open door leads to a new, natural cavern. Another closed door is in the corner of the room, opposite to the one you came from. Yoink. Yoink. Yippity. Yippity. Right. I search the chamber. You found a small iron key. That is probably... If I was a betting boy, and I am terrible at gambling, I would imagine that would have been for the abandoned watchtower, which I broke into like a madman. Or the Elder's Cave, possibly? I don't know. The place was abandoned in haste, but you find no signs of a large creature's bones or destruction. The wood gives way to... What? Oh, the wood gives way only to time. A few of the barrels still contain liquids, though you wouldn't dare open them. Close to the exit leading to a cave, you find a hook with a simple iron key. You pick it up, and it stains your hand with rust. I try to open the door in the corner. The door gives way. The next room is also too large for your sight to reach all the corners at once. The empty shelves, chests, and spear racks give you no promise of a hidden treasure, but you also find a box with rusty nails, a cracked barrel in the corner, and a broken blade. You could spend some time collecting these and other iron scraps and sell them in a village. In the room's corner, you notice a wide sheet of moldy fabric that covers a large part of the wall. I collect metal scraps scattered around the room. You collect the iron scraps. Having no useful tools at hand, you struggle to dismantle the barrel and cut away all the bits of wood that are attached to the pieces of iron and steel. After a long while, you prepare a decent clanging sack. For now, you move it to the dining chamber and leave it by the exit. I examine the curtain. It's divided in the center, allowing you to draw it. Behind it, you find a tiny room, maybe 2 steps wide and 3 steps deep. It's silent, not as humid. The wall ahead isn't like the others. It's covered with red and purple bricks. I look for anything unusual. I love this examination routine. The walls to your left and right bear a few iron hooks that would be used to hang cloaks, paintings, or trophies. The corners aren't too dusty, and there are no footprints on the floor. You inspect the brick wall further. In its center, at chest height, you spot a distinctive engraving. It's a winged hourglass, about a finger long. I lack any tools I could use here. I touch the shape of the hourglass with the pendant I own. You pick up a massive bronze key. Multiple keys? Sign me up. It's a match. You fit it into the grooves, then press. The brick moves deeper inside, then bounces back, allowing you to draw it out completely. In the secret compartment, you find a key made of bronze. It's as large as your forearm. I leave the room. Head back to the armory. You find no surprises in the armory. I leave the room. I walk through the ajar door. Aha, a new door. The cave is so moist that the diggers place planks on the ground, serving as a now useless bridge through the puddles. The rocks, shaped like icicles, ominously hang from the ceilings. In some spots, merging with their on-the-floor counterparts and forming hourglass-like columns. Ah yes, the combination of stalactites and stalagmites making columns. That would be a pretty sight to see. I have gone in caves before, and I did come out of a pit, and it had quite nice texture on the walls. Caves are fascinating to explore. I have no doubt that our forebears, thousands upon thousands of years ago, delighted at the prospect of using them and inhabiting them. Hydration is important. I very much value hydration. Do it. Do it now. I search the chamber. You leave the rotten planks and explore the cavern carefully, making the light dance on the droplets and puddles, but you find nothing of use or value. I try to open the door. God, there's so much here. The door opens quietly and you return to the main tunnel. You could turn south again and see if there's anything you missed, but after you blink a few times, you realize there's a light at the opposite end of the tunnel. Far ahead, it's weak and flickers like a torch. I move closer to the light. Still carrying your light, you move forward carefully. You pay attention to sounds and movements, but there's no crackling of a campfire, no wandering or chatter. You see a shape of a gate far in the distance. I look for anything unusual. You look down, and just in time, there's a cord stretched right above the ground. Oh, traps! In a few spots, holding pieces of wood and bone that are meant to make a sound if disturbed. You crouch and carefully cut it, putting the remains of the trap on the floor. I try to see who's close. I try to get close enough to see who's responsible for the light. You get close enough to recognize more distinctive shapes in the shadows, but your own light also draws attention. The one at the end of the tunnel draws near, followed by a few human-like figures. I take a few steps back and try to see who I am dealing with. The creatures don't shout or wail, and neither make threatening gestures nor cast angry glances. You hear only the rattle of their bones. As they hit against the rocky floor, the empty eye sockets of the naked skulls reveal nothing. The 4 skeletons wear a few rags, and 2 of them still have scraps of flesh on their limbs. Their weapons are unconvincing. Simple digging tools and spears tipped with rocks, but you notice the speed and confidence of their movement. The one in the back is holding a wooden lantern, while the other one is carrying a fresh torch, but the group doesn't pay much attention to your steps. Fascinating. I've encountered a gaggle of skeletons. Am I ready to face them? Let's find out. I mean, do I have to face them? Let's quick save and face them. I die. So, do you think I was ready to face them? Survey says no. Both you and the skeletons have time to take the proper stance, filling the chambers with the thuds of your boots and bones. With or without flesh, your target blocks and dodges, making you fight as if you're facing a human, not a bloodthirsty beast. You struggle to land any hit. Very accurate skull emoji. Death. You struggle to land any hit, with the weight of your axe hardly compensating for all the parrying, darkness, and rattling. A powerful blow reaches your back, sending you into the ground, where you take a kick in your cheek. You crawl away, but the thin fingers are already on your neck. Bodhi's soul has left its shell. Do not mess with skeletons, is... Oh, lordy. Death takes me. Let's replay the encounter. I take a few steps to see who I'm dealing with. I run towards the door behind me. You run with confidence, making sure you have your equipment at hand. I run to the chamber with stalactites. The water splatters beneath your boots. I run to the dining chamber. I'm ready to face the undead. How about... Honestly, in this case, I would rather, like, actually try to communicate with them, and try to strike a conversation, just because they're undead, just because they're magical abominations, wink, it doesn't mean that they're evil. Maybe they're just misunderstood. Wink. I recently changed the sensitivity of my smile gesture, because before I felt like it was a bit too sensitive and I was constantly, like, without even smiling, it was triggering. And now I have the opposite problem, where even when I smile, it doesn't trigger. And as I say this, it contradicted me immediately. BC face, you cruel dog. I leave the chamber. You lead the... Oh, okay, so I'm running away from the undead, and the undead are chasing me. Okay, fair enough. You lead the undead to the short corridor. The door has no lock. You can't keep them away, but they have to enter one at a time. Oh, I am... What's the word? Like, oh, what was the word to describe this? Oh, brain! Brain that I do not have. Please tell me what the word is that I am looking for. Not tunnel. I will figure this out. Give me some time. Choke point, yes! I remember the word I'm looking for. It's choke point. I have produced a choke point. I used the opportunity to strike the closest one, then move back. You managed to surprise it with your fierce attack, cutting off its arm with a confident thrust. Then step away, unable to swing your blade in such a limited space. While the undead leans away for a few moments, it doesn't take long for it to straighten up again. I keep running! You get through the door and look around. Only one path left. Quick save. I turn towards the stream. The water splatters beneath your boots. I run to the tunnel. I raise my crossbow. Depending on the undead's movements and how much time and space it has to dodge, it may be difficult for it to hit it with a quarrel. Also, you may have no opportunities to load your weapon. I aim at the leg. Even though the quarrel grazes the bone and makes your target stagger, the undead regains its composure quickly. Head back to the crossroads. I'm ready to face the undead. And I perish! Both you and the skeletons have the time to take a proper stance. You crawl away and then, yep, dead. Dead. I'm just gonna flee. Run. Run. Smack. Nope, I almost die. The creature strikes you back with a crude sledgehammer. Oh boy. Run. Run. You don't have much time. You can either leave the tunnel or enter a side corridor. If you choose the latter, you won't have the option to turn back. Flee! You run through the last straight corridor. Midway through, the skeleton's rattle recedes. They let you be even before you reach Dave. Hungry and sweaty, you look back. The light stops a few minutes away from here, somewhere close to the crossroads. You won't have a chance to sneak by them. I need to face the undead. You look into the tunnel. The weak light invites you with its flicker. The four undead would be a life-threatening enemy, even for an experienced fighter. Oh, believe me, I can tell. Better prepare myself first. Dave is napping in the shadow of a tree. I will face the undead at a later time. The old tunnel, now carved into a tall mountain. As long as this place remains unexplored, you have to take a detour. Ugh. Oh yeah, I can go to Foggy Lake. Foggy Lake! Heal me! I have been deceased. Have you ever met Erastus the Trapper? They exchange looks and Zvi adjusts his dark cloak. We don't hunt all that much. Just catch birds and so on. Why don't you try in the creeks? So, Caius, your boss told me you have some sort of visions. He meets your eyes and straightens up, reaching out to you with his dirty hand. I allow him. He rests on your shoulders, light like a bird. Your nose tells you that he hasn't washed in quite a few days. That right, here's the prayers of the people. I mean, of the 10 cities. All the tribes, and the empress, and the priests, merchants, farmers, we thought things were lost, the glory behind us, punished by humiliation for our weak hearts. He starts to shake his stump a foot away from your face. But there's hope. He's getting a bit too touchy-feely for my tastes. His voice gets stronger with every heartbeat, and a wide smile shows up under his beard. The right's test is behind us, and we, the sinners, have failed it. Now are the days of atonement, and we have the new cities and new tribes, and with new tribes in the cleansed land, we, you know, have to fix ourselves, change what we can, weed out our sins, and bring fresh hearts to the holiest soul carrier, and let them guide us anew, with new tablets and prayers, and a new church, the only church, yes. This man must be a delight at parties. He steps and plays, bursting with excitement. All the rivers flow as one wave, and the new cities, the reborn city, will wipe out the barbarians. He spits on the ground and send them back into their chains. He points his hand south. We'll come through the ashes, reborn into a power greater than a fortress, 1,000 dragons, and all the ships and armies. He steps back, lowering his head. I, the humble servant, was granted this vision. Lie, I nod enthusiastic. I see. He gives you a harsh glance, then walks away, nodding and raising his voice. Open your heart, or the wave will take you too. Svi presses a clenched fist onto his lips, stopping himself from laughter, while Ilian looks at the prophet with concern. Don't push him any longer, friend. He told you all that is already. I walk away. I enter the tavern. Oh yes, this is foggy. Food! I've been nourished! I do not wish to part with the jar of troll's urine. Sleep. Oh yes, I don't have any money. So I shall slumber in the main hall. Hopefully I won't die of sleep. The shivers wake you up. Foggy is standing by the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by a lantern, while she breathes slowly. Her eyes are keenly observing the area. And after you focus, you hear the distorted shouts of roaming saurians. The fall will make the fogs even more common. Soon, roads will be too dangerous for a single rider. Great! I guess the 40 days were more of an absolute maximum than a minimum. You're on the verge of death, and it affects your appearance. Okay, so... Oh, so I actually have 5 vitality, because 0 is... Oh, I see. It's time for me to go. Never before has my ass been beaten so heavily. Right, well... I explored the old tunnel and got my ass beat by skeletons. What do I do now? What do I do now? Oh, yes. I need to go to Gale Rocks. Travel to Gale Rocks. I was meant to speak with Cassia for Dalit. Finding her takes a few minutes. The other guards claim that she's patrolling the grounds around the village, but you find her sitting against the western wall. Once she sees you, she straightens up, greeting you with spread arms. An outsider in our delightful village. Her shouts make you stop long before you reach her. And how can I be of service? Do you need help with bloodthirsty beasts? Are the treacherous bandits chasing after ye? Have you lost the taste of life? Her sudden laughter makes the pigeons fly away. Speak, speak! She's a bundle of excitement, isn't she? Dalit heard you'd like to be a huntress. Splendid! As long as you can promise you'll head for Porcia for a filling dinner first, I'm ready to leave first thing in the morning. Her voice remains loud, adding to her confident gestures and cheerful stance. She's wearing a decent gambeson, but it's lazily put on without tightening the straps and cords, matching her loose, dirty, short hair. She's large, both tall and wide, but has a prominent stomach. I am playing a very judgmental Roadwarden. The only weapon she's carrying is a club longer than your arm. And she swings it with enthusiasm. Her dark yellow eyes are as large as dragon bones, but you can't read much from them. Tell me about your talents besides your proclivity and propensity for yelling. And where am I to start? She raises her club above her head. I can crash, I can smash, I can catch, I can dispatch. Ooh, she can dispatch her enemies with great dispatch. She takes a wide swing and steps forward. I tore out the first harpy head when I was 8 bare hands. And she shows you her open palm, twice the size of most humans. Troll hand, sister called me, until I... And she hits the air between the two of you. Are you not satisfied with living here? Great home, great people, she assures you. Great fish and salt, but the beasts, the space to grow. She moves her right hand in front of her eye, holding the thumb and the index finger just slightly spread apart. Tiny! Oh, she reminds me of somebody that I cannot for the life of me think of right now. What was the name of that character in Black Clover? Meroleona Vermilion, that's it. She reminds me of her. She's very loud and spicy. She yearns for the wilderness to test her might. Fighting is one, but the wilderness takes cunning. I say as I'm on the verge of death. You catch the glimpse of her hesitation when she narrows her eyes, but she soon returns to her loud self. Are you this eager to hear the tales of my deeds? Want me to tell you how I lifted the curse blocking the mountain trail? Or how I led all of them saurians away from our pier? Without me, this place... And she kicks the wall next to her, would have fallen long ago. She's like one of the daughters of the Scotsman from Samurai Jack. Before I ask you to go anywhere, I want to hear what your tribe has to say about you. Suddenly, she looks down and clears her throat, and then points at you with her weapon. You ain't saying you don't believe me, do you, stranger? Before you respond, she bursts into laughter. I guessed so. We're a busy tribe. I better not hear you causing trouble around here. Cheers! She says the last part. She says the last few words while being turned away from, heading towards the top of the nearest hill. I leave her alone. Journal updated. To the gatekeeper. Were you ever working with Cassia? He stops you with an annoyed grunt. What is she doing this time? It seems like both of our new recruits have sort of a troublemaker reputation around here. But I'd definitely pick her over the meek little trapper any day. She's a lot more fun. Getting no answer, he waves it off. Right. I gave her orders sometimes, but she's a tough rock and won't get polished easily. More often than not, she's the first one to run away, saying she'll get the others. Give me a break. Wait, are you telling me that she's huge and in charge, but also a coward? How is this possible? She could crush my skull with her bare hands. I encountered undead in the tunnel south from here. Right, they almost got my wife, they did. When she tried to check out the locked passage, they stay away from there, but... Talk to our digger, she's there with her toys. He steps away from the wall and looks at the nearest table where an elderly woman is putting together a humble structure from wooden building blocks. I walk away. Digger. The locals explain that the centuries-old caves need little work, and the humble fixes they put into the walls and sheds are taken care of whenever such a need arises. After a few minutes of chatting, one of the children leads you to an elderly woman responsible for looking after the conditions of them buildings. The digger, called Luno, already wrinkled, gray-haired, and slightly stooped. She's sitting at the eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, playing with Legos, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. Oh, she's playing with Jenga. Her hands are steady and precise, and her large eyes blink so rarely that you want to rub your own. She spares you a look and leans back, resting against the wall, then crosses her arms and critically observes her toys. Cheers, stranger, I have time. I'd like to learn more about the tunnel that leads through the mountain in the south. It's older than... It's older. It's older than me, apparently. It's older than any human soul, it is, but not ancient. Those who dug through the mountain were still around when I was but a small lass. The village saved everything it got from trade for more than a generation to bring the bronze gate from Havlaven here. Oh, a bronze gate, you say? The pickaxes and all them tools and nails, it was a single long corridor that reaches from one end to the other, and a few chambers on both sides, where travelers used to spend the night if they were desperate enough. Don't try it without a group of guards now. Monsters also love deep caves, and the days are getting colder. How come it's locked in the first place? It depends on who you ask. Let's just say that a great turmoil happened 10 years ago, right? Settlements grew further apart, traded less. Keeping a garrison of fighters and builders at the tunnel brought little value. We had to put greater trust in our own work, not in the caravans. Once again foraging, cutting trees and farming. With time, more and more beasts gathered around the tunnel, getting used to seeing no pushback. She looks at an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. She compares its thickness with her toys, then reaches for a gouge and handsaw. It was 3 years back when a few traders of ours went missing. Our search group found the gate, locked from the inside. They tried to check it, but left the place when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We've decided to clean it someday in the future, maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves. She glances at you. But so far, none have reached our village. She wants me to open the tunnel. I was told you are the one who looks after the local construction works. What can you tell me about Cassia? Ain't she one of the guards? I don't bother with kids' problems. She looks forward. She looks forward and makes a telling nod. Speak with Tatius there. He trains with every fire in our tribe, he does. I was told you were the one that looks after the local construction. That's pretty much it, right? She glances at the spread wooden blocks. Every few springs or summers, I gather a crew to build something new, or rather replace an old hovel with something fresh. But most of the days, I just make sure that the roofs don't fall on our heads, and that the cribbing in the caves ain't too moist. And the coopers help me, or a bunch of fishers. She gives your axe a long look, then reaches for her much smaller hatchet and shaves one of her toys slightly, narrowing it. For centuries, there's been merely one digger at a time, and this custom serves us well, it does. It is what it is. Did your crew build that keep on the hill? It must have taken you many years. She looks in its direction. The whitewashed walls make it look brighter than many clouds. We started when I was only a teen, still learning from the previous digger. Her voice is full of pride. There used to be a humble watchtower there, with tents around it. Now we can all stay locked inside thick walls, but also shoot arrows from the wall, roof and windows. You ask her if the keep has ever been used by the locals in combat, and she suddenly grows disheartened. You'd be surprised, you would. There are tales of dragons, pirates, and bandits, but all of those happened before the war. Those lands were different, though. I can't exactly say how. I'm with the merchants. Do you have enough building materials for your needs? Better ask the coopers. They struggle with timber. The good thing about digging in hills is that we always have enough stone. Our rocks are crude, but we don't need to sculpt. Just to pile them on. She turns a few building blocks into a small wall. Farewell, digger. Does Cooper do anything? The Coopers and carpenters in general have their space at the edge of the village, separated from the saltery with a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, and which are swept into a pile that moved to the smokehouse. You walk between the four woodworkers, while the last one, a young woman with an apologetic smile, leaves the thatched store. She's wearing a heavy, worn robe, half brown, half yellow, covered with dust and wood chips, and carries under her arm a stack of willow withies. Two small seashells, in many shades of orange, are hanging from her arms. Stranger, we need space here. I was hoping to learn about a bit of your work. I'm from Hovleven. With a sigh of relief, she approaches an unfinished barrel whose staves are getting pressed together with a dense cage of weaved withies in the city. The Coopers would use old iron hoops, which would take less than a 20th of the labor. She drops her delivery and touches your shoulder with her large, strong hand. So, the guild wants to speak trade again. Very well. All right. Very well. Let me show you around. I'm Dumitia, the head carpenter, I guess. She states with hesitation, and one of her workers mockingly snorts. Your guide laughs in response. Shaganil, idiot! Her small crew laughs as well. I smell as well. Her teeth are mostly yellow, but straight. My predecessor lost his eyes to a harpy a few years back, so I'm new to this role. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And she confidently straightens up. Right. We have two types of work. Barrels and everything else. On good days, we make a barrel. On bad days, we fail. She laughs. But that's fine. We can always get it done after a good sleep. She goes into greater detail, and your eyes start to wander between the branches, pieces of cut wood, mallets, axes, and shaving tools. Noticing this, she nods towards the other workers. When the barrels are resting or bending, we do other things, but only for our own farmers. Builders and fishers. Navika is the most experienced of us. She makes boats, paddles. Right, responsible tasks. The tiny woman she points at doesn't even raise her eyes. We sometimes make furniture, we do. But merely when something breaks. So the barrels are the most important. Do you have enough wood for them? Not really. We use oak, beech, and pine. But staves have to rest for 3 years, sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Every day I bring 14 staves and 2 headers here, and we replace them with the new ones. We're careful that we have. She gives you a warm smile. You need to talk about it. You need to talk about it with my neighbors first, but maybe the guard would like to provide us with timber? We'd rather barter than lock the coins in the keep, you see. The guild won't move wood from their own stalls so far to the north, but they may help you set up a new hamlet or find you a partner who lives closer to Hag Hills. Right. It would need to be someone outside of the peninsula. Here everyone cuts only for themselves, they do. Even those jesters from the creeks. We used to have a camp of lumberjacks. Oh yeah, the lumberjack camp. But now our warehouses get emptier every day. For a bit, you discuss with her the value of a wagon filled with logs or planks, but the discussion leaves your area of expertise quickly. You simply promise to get the message to the merchants. Domitia wishes you a safe journey. I take one more look around and leave the workshop. I'm looking for someone. Was it Thaddeus? Journal. People. Oh no. I don't have him in my journal. Biter? You're told that the guards offer no escort to travel as the roads went to shit, I did, tells one of them. When we leave, we do so in numbers big enough to fight off a troll. There's no coin worth losing a neighbor. Alright. Thaddeus? No. Thaddeus? No. I don't remember what his name was. Oh well. I travel. Where do I travel to? I don't travel to anywhere because I want to rest. I can't rest. I can't rest here. Can I? Yes, I can travel to the Dell. Yes. I will go to the Dell and I shall rest my weary bones because I was massacred by a bunch of skeletons. Oh yes, I do have a large bronze key. And I believe it's for the large bronze gate in the tunnel. As long as the place remains unexplored, you have to take a detour. I do indeed. Can travel to the monastery. Old Pagas is off limits. I would rather go to the Dell and rest, honestly, so that's where I'll go. I must rest my weary body because I am on the verge of death. I head to the stables. I'm broke. It's too late to ask locals about work. Inventory. Iron scraps, a spirit rock, a cave ear, jar of troll's urine, very useful. Wax tablet. Oh yes, it was a wax tablet that belonged to... Oh, right, I remember. I need to take it to the monastery. Yeah, so I can do that, actually. Go to the main square. To the innkeeper. I leave the square. It's too late to ask the locals. I go to the square. The trader. I bring goods to sell. The iron scraps. Absolutely. 6 dragon bones is beautiful. Oh, I am rich again. He gestures to you to gather your things. This junk doesn't interest me. We're looking for what we can to make by ourselves, like iron or enchanted items. Next time, maybe. Oh, 6. Oh, I am rich. Oh, the power. Oh, the power was delightful. Ooh. They really show you the value of a single coin in this game, don't they? Ooh. Alright. Keys. I have a huge bronze key from the old tunnel in the north. A small iron key from the old tunnel in the north. Dave. fish trap. Gambison. Yes. Right. I can now go rest. I can pay to live, to survive. Do you have any issues with Erastus? He wags his long finger. What? I mean, he broke something again. Yeah, what now? He wants me to pay you back? Tell him to fix it on his own or grab him and drag him here. Wait for a few moments, not sure if you should ask how many times such a thing has happened before. His breath is heavy. What did I learn in my quest? I learned quite a bit about Erastus, but I could ask a few questions. I still need to learn more about Cassia. Nothing for now. To the innkeeper. I do actually have rations. Right. Sleep. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. Oh, and I will actually get cleaned for a spell. Yes. Sleeping in a room. Oh. Yes. My soul returns to me. You spend the night in peace in a clean bed with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning, you find a stool placed by your bed covered with a pie. Covered with a pie with hair and cabbage. A bowl of plums and grapes. Oh, this is beautiful. And a cup of mouflon milk. Once you get dressed and go downstairs, a young boy who's covered in mud and speaks unusually loud and enthusiastically mentions that Dave has already been brushed and watered. You nod, but he runs outside without noticing it. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying another bowl. With either stew or gruel, Thais is nowhere to be seen. Ah, delightful. Ooh. I can rest in the inn and restore so much to my soul. Can I clean myself here? I'm too tired to offer... Oh, right. No, I can't seem to be able to clean myself here, so I shall rest. Rest! It shall cost me nothing but time. Yes, back to half health. Oh, delightful. It turns out the rest was much more necessary than you expected. Your belongings are a mess, the sacks and blankets have too many holes to count, and you spend a good hour brushing and cleaning your mount. At the end of the day, you're still a bit tired, but at least you feel prepared. Every now and then, some of the younger locals invited you to a friendly chit-chat, asking you for the stories from the whole world. While I was reading this, it occurred to me, because the way the lore and the rules of this game are, that if you die and your body doesn't get burned, you turn into a zombie. And the skeletons in the cave were the expedition, and they died, and they've been there for so long that they became skeletons. The Numa is still with them. It's actually very tragic. They're not, because I used to think, like, basic rules, where those were summoned by some sort of necromancer or some sort of curse. But no, that's just the rules of the world. That they were in the perfect conditions. This is like The Walking Dead, essentially. Except they are kept together by magic and don't expire like walkers. That's very interesting. They murdered me proper. Sleep. I shall rest again, all cleanly and proper. I'm on a vacation, you see. It's day 30. The days are getting shorter. Delightful. And the innkeeper is sitting at the door. Right, I am very well fed and rested and everything. I offer my services to the guards. I shall work for money. Do I perish? No, I just get dirtier. But I gain money. Guaranteed money. Now I have some coins to spare. Right, I need to head to the monastery. and talk about the tablet. Hello, magic people. What can you tell me about Erastus? What are thou looking for? Would you like to barter? I could bring you dragon bones. Okay, so I guess I can't ask them about the tablet. I have some questions about the monastery. Nope. I'm not going to tattle on Orentius, or Orentius. He's a cool egg. Actually have enough time to travel to... Oh, I actually have plenty of time to spare, but I don't know where to go. Ruined village. The people of Gale Rock started neglecting their tunnel in the south. Yes. If the undead are going to stay at the entrance before I face them, I should prepare myself for combat. The tunnel hides a group of undead. Yes, it does. Of course the bandits have been harsh towards White Marshes. They're weak and also near the deep woods. We've thunk about it. Am I brave enough to go into the woodland depths? Truly, I wonder. Can't believe I accomplished the Bronze Rod's challenge. What does my inventory have? Oh yes, I should speak to a witch about it. I am thinking... I can travel through the darkness of the forest. Find that lumberjack camp, presumably, or potentially. Where am I right now? Oh, I'm at the monastery. Let's go risk all of this healthiness. Quick save. Travel to the gate. Open the gate. Let it no longer be closed. Do it. Yes. I travel to the other edge of the woodland. Time to go through the roguelike section of this game. You find a new segment of the road, which seems to be shorter, but you need to cover more distance, some distance on foot, cutting the dried out branches, the tree crowns, and have been merciless. Hardly any ferns or grasses have managed to survive in the shadows. You spot a 10-year-old dark tree. That's about twice your height, yet looks like a sapling when compared to the giants around it. Its thin branches are leafless, hanging from the limb of an exhausted worker. Right now, under the tree, there's a dead red boar, too large for you to lift it. Its tusk could be worth a few coins, but the scavengers may show up any moment. I approach the carcass. I'm going to risk it. You tether Dave to a heavy fallen branch. It lowers its head and snorts with disapproval. The grass here is too sparse to be grazed on. You reach the trunk, and its branches reach toward you. The creature doesn't roar or howl, but the movements of its limbs let out wood-like creaks, and are as nimble as the tentacles of a sea monster. You jump away, but the treant grabs your shell mid-air. It lifts you up, holding your stomach and chest. Its skin is like a rock. The beast pulls you towards itself, brutally swinging you around. You're dizzy, but you notice that the roots also have started to move. You're already holding your axe, led by your instincts. Let me think. Slash. You make an awkward swing and hit one of the limbs, but it's like hitting a wall made of stone. You don't even leave a crack. The branches painfully squeeze your stomach and surround your legs. They constantly move, scratching your clothes and skin. The tree moves you closer to what you thought was a hollow, but it is now an opening. It is now opening its eyelid-like shutters. You can smell its gastric juices and previous meals. I'm getting eaten by a tree. Can I do sonic damage by screaming? I don't know what you mean. Okay. So, the tree bark is extremely strong. It has grabbed me, and I have minutes before it eats me. What can one do in this circumstance? I'm gonna... Don't know what you mean. Okay, I can't scream. The game says no. No, you cannot. Struggle? I don't know what you mean. Alright, fine. Kick. You punch the branches with your fists in the handle of your axe, then try to kick them or push them away. You could just as well try to strike a landslide or run into a brick wall. The treant sticks your shoulders into its mouth. Its bowels are almost empty, with bones and flesh swimming in a soup of the beast's organs. From this side, the creature's shell seems to be soft, moving, pulsating, and covered with short, pink, sparse hair. The branches painfully squeeze your stomach, legs, shoulders, and start to touch your neck. The constant noise makes it impossible for you to tell if you're screaming in panic or holding your breath. Can I attack from the inside? No. Hit weak spot? No. Not allowed. Swing wildly? No. Force? Nope. I am in the jowls of a giant monster, and I don't know how to react to this. I'm assuming I cannot attempt diplomacy with the treant. Tear? No. Rip? No. Rip and tear until it is done. As the creature loosens its grasp, use all of your strength to lean forward and take a swing, sinking the blade into the flesh. A stream of blood squirts from the fresh cut. The creature pulls you out and throws you away like a splinter. During your fall, your ribs, legs, and neck suffer from each move. You gasp for air, almost choking on your own spit. I prepare myself for the landing. You crash into the ferns, though your armor is too worn to protect you, and then you slowly get up, still holding your axe. Doom soundtrack was the bomb? Indeed it was, and it still is. It's a beautiful thing that has touched the hearts of many an individual, myself included. The treant is turned away from you, swinging its upper limbs in panic. The roots move in a couple directions at once, holding the beast in a single spot. After a breath or two, they crawl away from you, each move on its own, with its own rhythm, or lack thereof. The beast may be slow, but pays little attention to any obstacles. It either tramples them or gets out of the way in a single swipe. I put away my weapon, loosen my armor, take a deep breath, and I approach the boar. Its stomach has been crushed, and it still bears marks left by branches. You push the stiff bristles and Broken ribs. The broken ribs offer no resistance. The flesh doesn't stink, but it's likely old. The only thing of value are the creature's large tusks, each resembling a stone sickle. Gruesome work, but it'll be worth a coin. I gained some boar tusks. And I almost die again. I washed them later on, and my gloves, too. A boulder is sticking out of the pond, only a few steps away from the bank. On top of it, you see a human-like shell curled up with long feet leaning against the rock. The creature is a head taller than you, with gray skin and no hair, nor genitals. Is that what you look for, huh? Its feet are webbed. The legs are disproportionately long. Its yellow eyes, with large black dots in the center, are as round and large as the bottom of a mug, and draw your attention away from the subtle nose and ears. It's looking straight at you, holding in the long fingers a raw fish. You made it stop in the middle of its next bite. I'm ready to defend myself. You size each other up until the monster resumes its meal, and the fish blood spills on its hands. As it keenly follows your movements, it swallows the flesh whole without chewing. I ride away, but don't give it a chance to sneak behind me. Considering the fact that I'm on the verge of death, you find hardly any scraps of light in the tunnel of leaves, creepers, and branches. From time to time, you ride by human-placed wooden beams supporting the roof like a mine shaft. The small red bird with black wings, blue eyes, and yellow beak is observing you for a good few minutes now, jumping between the shrubs as you ride forward. You even remember it from the last time you were here. Whenever you stop, it also stays close, like a craving parent. Like a caring parent. I don't know what parents crave for. It's just a bird. I ignore it. And before you reach the next part of the forest, the creature disappears among the tree crowns. Good. I might survive this gauntlet yet. You're standing at the ford, which still has a single large hole among the rocks, but other than that, it's fairly passable. A large fish is swinging from one side to the other by nimbly squeezing through the rocks. For now, I ignore it. I carry on. The rocky hills give way to meadows and tree roots. The saplings wake up beneath the remains of the burnt forests, competing with young grasses and ivies. Ivies, yes. Yes, the iconic ivies. One of Batman's greatest villains in his rogues gallery is Poison Ivy. At first, the nearby howls make you think of humans, not beasts. But the numerous throats make you reach for your axe. The creatures, not even waist-high, came out from the taller grasses and the sparse bushes surrounding you quickly. Despite their wolf-like heads, their front paws would fit a monkey. Their furs are mostly brown and short, but carry scars left by all sorts of cuts and scratches. Almost every knoll lacks a part of its shell, a limb, an ear, a nose, an eye. Some of them move on all fours and sit down on their rears, while others walk around on their hind legs alone. Though with varying levels of confidence, a few have the grace of a determined robber, many more resemble the harbor drunkards. I consider my options. Maybe they're smarter than people think. I throw them a coin. They won't catch a palfrey. Let's test that theory. When I get back to the road, I speed up. Dave is far from being happy, but obeys your orders. You leave the beast folk behind once they lose their breath. When I get back on the road, I speed up. Yay, horse maneuvering. Thank you, Dave. You leave the dark woods behind. Yay. They seem a bit more explored than before. So the more I travel through the dark woods, the more revealed they become, I assume? That's very neat. You leave the dark woods behind. You spot a few fresh claw marks on a nearby tree trunk, as well as a broken branch. The broken branch is not of any interest to me. I search for the tracks I found at the watchtower. I return to the cairn in the middle of the forest. No, I do not. What time? Ooh. Can I? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Time to get to the pelt. Run away. Beautiful pelt. I get off my horse and enter the inn. Oh. I survived. Go to the innkeeper. Anything? Oh yes, the boar tusks. Take the boar tusks, my friend. That's all. I guess he's very experienced in boar, so I'll try my luck elsewhere. 2 meals I don't think is worthwhile enough for me. Show me your wares. Delightful. Slumber. I require slumber. A small room is quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. You take a calm bath, rest on a soft mattress, look through the window, and enjoy the minutes of safety. Yes. Delightful. I shall spend this day in resting. Heal me. Oh yes, I actually might have enough money to... It's been a lazy day. Repairing your equipment and taking care of your mount didn't take nearly as much time as you'd expected, and you instead enjoy some refreshing water, observe your surroundings with a clear head, wander about and stretch out. This game is actually really delightful in the sense that it actually shows you that you can take rest days to do miscellaneous chores, take care of your equipment, and deal with things, and it's perfectly fine to do that. It's not necessary, and sometimes you can't even keep up because you're on the verge of death, and you need to take breaks and restore yourself and just have a lazy day. And it's important to do that. It really demystifies or completely debunks, that's the word I was looking for, the notion that every single day needs to be a productive day, and you don't have value if you don't work on a project, have a job, or so on and so forth. Sometimes you just need to take a lazy day and clean out your kitchen, for example, or do some other miscellaneous things like vacuuming. And I think that is a very good lesson for this game to impart. If you have the stomach for text-based RPGs, this is a 100% recommendation from me. It is a lovely game, and it teaches you so much. Like, don't fight 4 skeletons, because you will surely perish. There we go. This is me smiling as wide as I can. Right. Tulia. Actually, go outside. Oh wait, it's nighttime. I joined Tulia. You should travel back to the city. Not yet. I go outside. There's so much, like this playthrough, this run seems like it's already coming to an end, and I feel like I didn't accomplish all that many things. But we shall see. If there's multiple endings, which one I'll get. I feel like the main quest is to establish trade routes with the other villages in the peninsula, but it feels like the main moral quest is to cure the plague using blood magic. And I don't think I'll be able to accomplish that, but then again, there are 9 days left. Who knows what we can accomplish in that time? The armor is nowhere in sight. Sleep. I slumber and quail. I restore my soul to its former glory. Right. Oh yeah, wearing these guys, I go outside. I approach the guards. About the hunters you wanted me to recruit. I'll tell you if I learn anything. Let's gamble. I'm ready when you are. Gambling. The game is new to you. Oh, that bodes well. But in no way baffling. 4 people can play at once. The wooden dice are long, with only 4 dotted faces. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point. And the person with the most points at the end of the game wins all the coins. As you play, you don't feel like you have much control over the results. In just a few minutes, you get 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pebbles. Nani? Oh. The hell happened? Oh, that's what happened. Never mind, some technicalities came about. Anyway. In just a few minutes, you get 2 pebbles, which are now represented by 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pebbles. You don't really know how you got them. Either you don't get the strategy, or it's just pure luck. Let's see how lucky I am. Not lucky at all. The urge and the temptation to save scum is rapidly growing up my spine and reaching all the magic where the ram skull is. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. I want to escape the consequences of my actions. But that's what consequences are for, so I guess I'll live with them. I walk away. I go to the well. I'm as clean as I can get. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. The better clothes give you more. Ah, I see. I step away. I travel. Where do I travel to? Oh yes, the secluded residence because I have mushrooms. Yes. Mushroom. You touch the cold shell. The monster's eyes glow red. Oh! Bodhi! Come inside. I wouldn't mind a bit of company. Oh, that's new. Hello. I guess I've built enough rapport with Eudocia, the enchantress. You let Dave loose, but no soul shows up to greet you. The house is open, is ajar. I go inside. What the hell happened? The chamber was meant to have only 1 dweller, but even in Hovlaven it would be seen as outrageously tiny. The air carries the scent of sweat and dirty clothes, but more importantly, smoke. A couple of fish and other pieces of meat are hanging above the hearth. Even though there's no fire left, Eudocia is sitting on the floor with her back leaning against a wooden step, legs outstretched, feet resting on a wooden pillar. She's staring intensely at smoking incense, though she extinguishes it once you show up. I greet her first. Hello! Well, hello, Eudocia. How are you doing? I feel like out of all the people in this game, I've become the most comfortable with Eudocia. She nods but doesn't look at you. The house is a mess. If it bothers you, complain to the broth I made. A long pause. Take a seat if you want. It's getting chilly outside. So this is what means when people trust me enough. And you don't act like a bandit so far. If you need a place to crash, stay in my shed. Just don't carry any candles outside or store hay here. I store hay there. Oh. So she's letting me into her house? She's letting me use her shed for survival purposes? Wow! Is this what it means to be friends with someone? Huh. I sit down as far away from her as I can. I rest next to her on the floor. I take a place on the wooden step near the fireplace. I sit down on her bed. I'm gonna rest next to her. She nudges you with an elbow. Just don't get weird. So, what do you want? Ooh, she now oh, this feels like a visual novel where now I've built enough rapport and trust a person and they're acting closer and more trusting to me. Oh, this feels so nice. I'm getting the exact same feeling as like if you've managed to take all the right steps with a certain character and now they're closer to you. It feels so validating and fulfilling in a sense. It's very fun how games can do that to us. Right. Quick save. I'm looking for Astarion, the previous Roadwarden. She looks in the distance, holding one arm across her stomach and twirling her hair with the other. I should smoke out, or at least gather wood. Summer's almost over. I sit closer to her. So the reality is what I wanted to do was cozy up to the necromancers and usher in the age of necromancy, but the reality is I got all sweet and cozy with the enchantress. And I'm starting to think I might actually pursue like becoming her right-hand man or something. Like, is there a Eudocia ending? I learned about her story, I learned about her parents and old Pagos. Old Pagos? Oh, that's probably how you actually pronounce it, Pagos. Oh, well. It took me 32 days to realize how you pronounce Pagos. Oh, well. Or is it? Yes. Yes? I don't know. I am a confused little ramskull. Bear with me. Right. I sit closer to her. Both of you are staring at the wall, letting the minutes go by silently. She finally lets out a sigh, her head resting on her arms. Observing the floor. I've collected my thoughts, but I'm not going to repeat I've collected my thoughts, but I'm not going to repeat myself, so wash your ears. Her description of his appearance matches what you heard from Tulia. Don't be deceived by his height, she adds. He brought me some herbs guarded by a bear folk. Not many could match his spear and bow. In return for his various favors, I shoved Numa into his cloak, making it as warm and soft as the pelt of a white wolf. Best sleep of my life. She raises her daydreaming eyes. Her voice grows confident. If Astarion is still here, I'm sure he still has the cloak. It's green, has a light hood and embroidered leaves. Ah, the iconic green cloak of the man. When was the last time you saw him? Soon before he vanished. He was anxious, tired, unkind, but from a heavy heart. He didn't explain. I didn't ask. He rested at her place for a few hours, healed himself with magic, and prepared his equipment. She shows a surprising memory for details, but not especially useful ones. Again. He told me he was going to start a great journey and what he'd bring back many stories, but he was afraid. I know he was. Did he ask for anything weird before he left? Maybe he wanted something. She scratches the dust on her foot. Yes, actually, he wanted to borrow a golem of mine. She seems to finish her tale, but after seeing your look, she clears her throat. Oh, that's not an option. I've no way to stay in touch with the sentinels that are far away from me. Do you have any message for him in case I find him? Message? Just tell him he still owes me for the cloak. He knows we're not even. It's a damn treasure. She puts on a smile, but her eyes betray her melancholy. Aww. Maybe it's the right time to offer her work in the city? Since you have writing on your golems, could you read some things for me? Her eyes widen, but then she smiles. You got it wrong. I ask others to write down the words I need, together with pictures, and then I copy them. You could go to She lets out a sigh. The monastery in the far mountains. Yeah, I went there. They told me to fuck off. Maybe it's the right time to offer her work in the city? You glance at her absent eyes. She has shown you signs of trust, but you won't convince her with just a smile. The more you'll learn about the peninsula, the more arguments you'll have at your disposal. I'm not ready yet. I want to learn more about the peninsula. I'm not telling you gossip, nor am I buying it. I've my hut, my guards, and my lake. I'm an artisan, not an innkeep. If you need one, ride south to the Pelt of the North. The keeper is stiff like a broom, but offers a nice room. Her voice is dripping with annoyance. But if you'd rather visit a cheerful place, ride north to Foggy Lake. Or was it Foggy's Lake? Whatever, Foggy is the keeper. At least she's not as boring as the other guy. Oh. Let's trade. So that's the buying part. Surely you filled some arrows with Numa before. Any ideas where this is from? Why are you tracing a murderer? She smirks, but then grabs the arrow and takes a quick look. Black and orange. I don't know much about wood, but I recognize these feathers. The people at Gale Rocks bred such pheasants. She gives it back. It's far in the north, close to the road. Oh, neat. Have you been to the shortcut? Only once, she admits slowly. And it's not a good memory. Her brief tale is rather vague. She once had to use her golems to travel to the other side, seeking a remedy for her stomachache. The beasts were afraid of the noise they make. And she points at the massive stone legs of her creations. But the monkeys in the far west were too dumb even for that. They kept throwing things at us, even poo. She pauses, making a disgusted grimace. We couldn't reach them or scare them away. You ask what happened next, but she crosses her arms. I was told it's better to ignore them, let them get used to one's sight. But my stomach was better already, so we just took the long way back. Well, what do I know about the peninsula? I need to explore the peninsula as thoroughly as I can. I have to get to know the locals and find out how much profit can be made here, then bring the news to Havlaven. There is a lot that I've found. I could still learn more, but I'm excited about popping the question to her. Wait, so in my inventory I have a mushroom. Oh, I could just use it? I have some questions about your golems. He stands up with a sigh and opens a door, then summons the closest sentinel with a single gesture. Isn't it clear what they are? Furniture that walks and works. They carry rocks and logs, kind of, and protect this place while I rest. What else is there to say? Do they talk? Eudocia still moves her lips, but her words are coming from the stone creature, which doesn't move an inch. No more than the gargoyle you've seen. The voice is deep, distorted by an echo. They don't need meat or bones to listen to my commands. They have no understanding of what's happening around them. To create a sentient creature, you need a human shell. And a whole lot of necromancy. The golem raises its hands, it shows you its palms. And I'm not going to touch that. She then mentions that her creation isn't much of a messenger, it needs to remain close to her. Just look at it. The golem covers its non-existent mouth. It has no eyes, snout, ears. Seeing the world through its head is like putting your eyeball in a rose bush. Oh. It takes pneuma, and the further away it is, the more exhausting it gets. How do you make one? I fill each rock with pneuma, bind them together. She pauses, then waves it off. You won't build one anyway. Like alchemists and enchanters have their own secrets, but I've got no way of sharing my talents with others. It's so loud when it walks, don't monsters react to its presence? She lets out a chuckle. They flee from them as they would from trolls. They don't stalk their prey or jump on them from a bush. But they don't move for long. Beasts take them for rocks. It's not like they need to breathe. It just sits still waiting for a road deer to get close. The golem's eye suddenly gets brighter. It jumps forward and punches the air. It lands with the sound of thunder. And that's why I need them to be so large, the enchantress explains. I can't give them muscles. The speed I give them is pure pneuma. Being firm and heavy helps. She disregards your mention of the wrath of the herds. True, I make more mess than most humans would, but that's one of the reasons why I stay away from the villages. Being all alone, I give the beasts time to get used to my walls. And my sentinels know to stay away from unicorns and pebblers. Is it for sale? One day, or so I hope. She points at a golem's hand. One wrong order and I'll tear your head away or kick over a house. It won't even be safe, but the dead make for bad customers. And I won't be blamed for other stupidity. Her further answers come in greater details, but they're rather complex. From what you understand, she plans to invent a set of very specific commands that would be quickly learned, then bind them to a wand, binding it to the creature. I'm still not sure if it's the safest solution. If a wand was taken by a reaver, stuff could get ugly. Alright. What's with the gargoyle? Can't an enchantress show off her trophy? She gives you a proud smile. My sentinels took it down years ago. The tribe of Old Pagos is fond of statues, so I have my own. Like the old days, so long before the monks came to the north. Seeing your puzzled look, she twirls her hair. A dead gargoyle on the road or by a village gate was meant to scare off evil spirits. I don't know about that, but its sight sure taught the local beasts who they're dealing with. Ooh. What can you tell me about enchanting? She looks at your hands and starts to twirl her hair. Not really. I don't know how I do the stuff I do. As a kid, I put pneuma into my toys. I made my earthen sparrow fly, and my whistle gave a tune without being blown. I practiced for years, but by doing, not by understanding. Ah. So she's one of those magicians that feels it out rather than having technical knowledge. Like one of the wizards in Frieren. I forgot the rest of the title. But yes, it's a type of wizard that is just a natural prodigy that sees things in a very specific way that allows them to be extremely adept at magic. And this one is no different. She succeeds by doing rather than by knowing. It is definitely a form of understanding that is much more comparable and comfortable to myself as well. I don't know how I do the things I do. I just black out and suddenly I have a 3D model. Which is kind of why I'm self-conscious about streaming my modeling experience. Because I feel like I do all the things wrong and people might call me out on my bad... what's it called? Methodology. Then again, if it does the thing I want it to do, it works, like this ram skull. So maybe in the future, I will be brave enough to do what I originally wanted to do with this Twitch channel, which was art. I am an artiste. Art! But yes. He puts a hand on her knee and observes her clean nails. I can't just teach stuff that's in my fingers, or my eyes, or my breath. It's just a part of me. I'm gonna pop the question. You're an artist in your art? Thank you very much. I am a strong, independent, disembodied ramskull. I try my best. And ultimately, I do take pride in the things that I make, and I'm very happy with them. I wouldn't be showing them if I wasn't happy with them. So, I am an artist in my own right. I just have very unrealistically high standards that I need to work on. In therapy! Therapy is good, kids. Do therapy. Right, I want to pop the question. Will you marry me? You glance at her absent eyes. She has shown you signs of trust, but you won't convince her with just a smile. I've something important to discuss with you, my lady. She puts her stuff away and looks at your ear, frowning. Are you taking off your mask? As much as one can. I simply think it's a good moment to have an honest conversation about our shared efforts. Right, let's think about how she's been. She's been very... like, she very much hides her emotions. And she's a very distanced individual. And she seems to do it as a cover, as, like, it's her own mask. Like, when I shared with her that her parents are dead, she was like, oh, well, back to business. But she was clearly upset, but she hides her emotions. But the question is, does she value other people who do the same thing as her, or is it the exact opposite effect? The question here is, will I get further with her by continuing to hide my emotions, or if I start becoming a sniveling baby? I am going to try with sniveling baby. I doubt it. I, for example, have got no trouble speaking to you as I would to myself. I don't say everything, maybe, but my tongue is honest. An awkward pause. Take a walk with me. I'm sick of these walls. Well, I immediately don't think that... I guess she doesn't perceive me as being vulnerable, even if I try to be vulnerable. While we're heading towards the gate, I tell her about my deal with the guild. You mentioned the merchants, the officials, and the high status of the enchanters among the city folk. She lets you speak without interruption, observing the surroundings. Still barefoot, with a worn robe, she looks like a cook in an herbal garden. You approach the pond, and she takes a deep breath. The geese in the distance are as grey as her irises. We're just in time. The air is still fresh. Her tone is hard to decipher, and she keeps taking long pauses. I've built so much in over so many years, now you want me to tie myself to some coin holders? Or even worse, to leave all this, she waves towards her residence, behind? You know how easy it is to suddenly disappear in this land? In Hovlaven, you'll find all the snake bait you need, as well as other enchantments. The peninsula is a dangerous place with little help to offer. I know that better than anyone. Can you be sure the monks won't turn their neighbors against you? All of these are very valid points. Except the first one. I mean, the city has a lot to offer, but she has built a lot. It is the argument making it the comfort and sustainability of working under somebody else compared to making everything yourself and building things up and being independent. So it is a dependence versus independence, and she has already had a very, well, I say very, but she's had a long life as an independent with her own little hovel and her own golems, but she won't really get further ahead, especially considering the peninsula is a bit judgmental towards her and her ways, and there might be a way for her to progress. So, I think it is a good opportunity for her. But the question now is, which one of these things would she respond to the bestest? Okay, so number 1, no. Number 2, no. Both of the last ones kind of ring the same way, except for the fact that the monks are being specific. Can you be sure that the monks won't turn their neighbors against you? I think that one will resonate with her the most. She cocks her head to the side. So far, they've done naught to hurt me. I went as far away from them as I could have. I bother no one. The peninsula is a dangerous place, with little help to offer. I know that better than anyone. You mentioned the monsters you've encountered, the destroyed village by the southern road, the undead of White Marshes, the troll from some old camp in Hag Hills, the plague, her own fear of the bandits. She hesitates still. I guess I ought to trust you on this one. Yay. Yeah, I guess we're going with this one as well. In Hovlaven you'll find all the snake bait you need, as well as other entertainments. She flinches. It's not like I smoke it every day. She picks up a reed growing by the bank, examines it for a bit, and throws it into the water. But I admit, finding the flowers isn't easy. You know how easy it is to suddenly disappear in this land? Just think about Asterion. I'd rather not. She rubs her arms above her elbows as if to warm herself up. I just hope he's alright. So what's your decision? You answer a few more questions about the city, but her doubts only grow. So, all I've got is your word and the unspoken plans of your puppeteers. For a few more breaths, you finally listen to the branches and grass trampled by your feet. Finally, Eudocia looks in the distance and gestures you to follow her back to the gate. I can't agree to this, Bodhi. This is my home, my real home. Anything I can do to make you reconsider? Hey, I'll let you know. She starts, but then speeds up her walking. Her eyes are wandering nervously as if she's looking for a way to flee. You reach the front yard, greeted by Dave's curious snort. The enchantress heads towards her house but stops herself from opening the door. Ooh. Ooh, that did not go well. See, now this is where I would save scum. So, I need to gather a better rapport. The roads around the watchtower are in terrible shape. What bother? You expect her to continue, but her question is earnest. The paths are getting overgrown, is what I would say in her voice. She twirls her hair, looking in the direction of the tower. It may be for the better. She starts listlessly and then shakes her head gently. You may be right. I hope the trail would take care of itself with traders and all, but the years are getting emptier. Still, I need my workers to seek food and to guard my walls. She speaks mostly to herself. I could bring you some rations in return. She glances into your eyes. You've already done a lot for me, and with so many rods placed around the peninsula, sending the golems into the woods won't be too much of a cost. I'll give one of them new orders before I go to sleep. And take a couple of deep breaths. Dave is grazing in the grass. If there's at least one person I can convince to follow my persnickety ways into the darkness, it is definitely Eudocia. But we shall see. Right, so I guess all of these people are basically avenues for me to convince them to come into my cool club, where everything is super cool and all the good things happen. So I can convince Old Pagos by curing their plague. I can convince Howler's Dell by doing a few chores for their people. I can convince the Pelt of the North, probably, or the guards by hiring more guards. I don't know about Quintus, though. Quincy Davis. I'm tempted to travel to the creeks just to see if there's anything new for them to offer me. But before I do that, Before I do that, I will quickly go BRBB. 1 second. I return to you with chocolate in tow. Delightful. Right. Creeks. To the creeks. To the carpenter. The sugar that I am currently consuming is leaving me very energized. He's rounding a block of wood, preparing a future club. He waves to you with a chisel. Hey there, friend! I see you've taken a liking to our village. Sure. I made a deal with Eudocia. Her sentinels are going to look after the roads that surround the watchtower. If this game has any romance paths, mine would definitely be with Eudocia. I like her sentinels. They're very nice. The description of the golems make him tighten his shoulder cloak. When he grabs the casket, he holds it tightly. And you're sure they aren't going to attack anyone? Oh yeah, weren't these guys pompous and British? I forget. Seeing your unconvinced smile, he counts down 3 bones without looking at them, lost in his thoughts. I take them from his hand. 3 bones! I'm glad you keep moving forward. My tribe was worried I'd throw our dragon bones away, but we're already planning our next move. If they weren't pompous before, they're pompous now. I'll let you know if I find anything else. He leans against the table, sweating. The days are getting shorter, eh? Yes, indeed, good boy. The village is much older than you are. What's its story? He proudly raises a carving knife and gestures for you to look around. It may be a young village, but there's a lot to say. While his story is bloated with names, relationships, a step-by-step description of the growth of the settlement, and bothersome creatures, you get the gist of it. The settlers arrived here 25 years ago. Ooh. Soon after, one of the 10 cities had fallen to the southern invasion. Most of them came from the capital, while some joined them along the way. They soon came to realize that none of the villages had enough space or the will to host a few dozen refugees. The folks of Gale Rocks used to have a much kinder attitude towards strangers than they do now, and they offered the newcomers to stay at the beach behind their village. Yet, there was nothing for them to eat other than what they caught in the salt waters. They soon started to search for a land remote enough to not compete with the locals, and with the help of kind folks from Gale Rocks, White Marshes, Old Pegos, and others, as Ella vaguely states, they received enough wood and tools to turn a scrap of this plateau into a clearing, then a camp, a hamlet, and finally a village. Ah, the creeks. Fascinating stuff! The tale is assisted by walking around the village, introducing you to the original settlers or their offspring, and showing you some of the treasures displayed in the House of Gatherings. A unicorn's horn found at the heart of the woods, a blue rock that's shaped like and hollow like an egg, and it's darker inside, an arrow that hit a fright tape in an eye and knocked it down. Behind each of them, there are names, stories, and memories. They have a museum. I feel like I was right in choosing an accent for these guys. At the very end, Ella leads you back to his workbench, holding a hand on his conspicuous stomach. To give his throat some rest, he turns the topic around. And what are the folks of Holdhaven, my friend? Yes? And Foggy says there are thousands of souls at the capital, and one can go their entire life still finding new faces in the crowd. Imagine a part of society that is so large that you always and constantly meet new people, to the point where you have to make small groups and cut out your own communities. Couldn't be us in the modern era, could it? One can easily find groups to hang out with. People shop together, work, take baths, pray, and when one has nothing to do in the evening, they just go outside and seek company. It's not easy to build a strong friendship, though. Let's go with this one. Other than the last part, it sounds similar to our way of living. Folks stay inside only to sleep or shag, and even that's not a rule. He adjusts his shoulder cloak and smiles. We also form bonds, one big family and all. Okay, see you later, Chief. I approach the shallow creek. I'm as clean as I can get. It is time to slumber. It's too dangerous. What? Oh, Shazbot. I forgot that the creek offers no shelter. Crumb buckets. Time to go to Foggy's. I have some things I'm willing to part with. These are large. These are large deer, but every now and then we also hunt down a boar or two. A dragon and dinner, huh? What about the troll urine? 4 dragons. Ah, so they're in the south. Oh yeah, Gale Rocks would actually probably be the most ideal place. Sleep. I desire maximum health. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. How unfortunate. But my vitality is maximum. Feed me. Oh. Right. Can I even trade at Gale Rocks? It doesn't seem like I can. Which one of the, I don't even know which... Oh, the coins. So no, I can't trade at Gale Rocks. So what do I do? Oh, I can go to White Marshes, though. A struggling village of peat gatherers and farmers. Let's go there. It's time for me to... No, I can't. We can't get there. Well, the creepers blocked the way. And the muddy road slows me down. What do I do? What do I do? Oobity boo ba booty doo. Ooh. Journal. Humans. I have no interest in healing the plague, but I can learn more about Cassia at Gale Rocks. Gale Rocks it is. Life is slowing down. It sure is, isn't it? +3 Numa. Huh. Wizards in it. Where is the thing? Groups and places, Gale Rocks. Aioli! You either don't find them or I can't understand you. Okay, and you find no one. The fishers are nowhere in sight. I talk with the local coopers, but could still learn more about... Quartermaster. Can I speak with that? Nope. Guard. The guard you met when you first arrived in the village is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. Whenever Dave snorts, the gatekeeper reaches for his axe. I walk away. That's enough for now. Worthless. Worthless place. I tell you what. Old Pegasus, 8 hours travel. Oh, bully. I'm going to go back to the dell. You approach and swiftly dismount. Greetings, Roadwarden. What news do you bring? We gossip for a bit. The curious locals gather around. I enter the village. I'm just gonna keep saying I'm broke. Taylor. Let's talk about the fancy clothes again. Oh, those are extremely fancy. Ah, there we go. Restore my gamba bimba. Yes, good. Oh yes, now I don't have money to serve. Oh, oopsie. I'm not good with money. Did I mention I'm not good with money? You know Erastus, right? She doesn't stop her work. Better than I know you, but I guess you deserve a brief answer. You're a good client. Looks at your forehead. They'd be better at carving toys, not box traps. She looks away. Good luck. To the main square. I slumber and sleep. Sleep. And the shivers wake you up. You open the window and see the dense fog covering Howler's Creek. I thought this was Howler's Dell. Oh, I guess it also has a creek, yes. Spreading like milk throughout the entire village, you hear an amused quarrel coming from the main square and spot the dancing light of torches and lanterns, yet the village remains calm and asleep. It too shall pass. I am dying. Feed me. Yes. I am a dirty, dirty boy. I need to go find somewhere to take a shower. Right. The trader is not around. I sit at a stable and wait for him. Oh yes, I do actually need the trader. I bring goods to sell. Oh. The boar tusks, turns out, are not very useful. What do you have for sale? Linen fabric, how delightful. What can you tell me about Asterion? I ever thought he was there. He was here more than once. He did not leave much behind, smelly order. He looks around and spits on the ground. At least he brought a blade for me. You remember what blade it was? Was it a spear? Sure, it was a special one, a sickle sword, with a tip wider than 'twas at the grip. Long as from fingertips to shoulder, not a sword, not a knife, single-edged, brought his own steel to melt for it. What's it good for, fencing? More for cutting bushes, so it's a machete. He brought a machete. Creepers, roots, it'll not fell a tree, but 'tis a fine tool. He nods to a passerby, but his smile disappears as quickly as it had shown up. Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and mouflons. So he took it to the wilderness. He shrugs. Pretty much anywhere there are hills from here to the coast and bogs in the north and the heart of the woods. Can they help you with it? My epic gamer theory is that our beautiful boy Asterion is somewhere in the middle of this, and he was murdered or slain by something. He encountered an adventurer's end here somewhere. You just need to find a big cool green cloak and probably a corpse attached to it. And we shall find him. What about some useful herbs or ointments? You do have druids around here. Will not happen. Sparse supplies. He puts a finger to his lips, giving it a slight bite. The druids are better at casting healing than making balms. Used to be different, but magic's stronger regardless. Before you can change the topic, he points northeast. Try by White Marshes. That's... there's what's-his-face, a warlock there. He used to take lessons at our village. From the old archdruid. If anyone's around here knows his way around leaves, it's him. Oh. Well, that's fun. Nothing for now. I walk away. The mayor. Need any help? No. Bring some juicy rumors. I have no news. I leave the square. I'm not allowed to travel due to the creepers. After my services to the guards. Inventory. I do need... Yes. I am now a dirty, dirty boy. Turns out you don't have much to do. You get the job done quickly with little difficulty. Can I go to a river and clean my body? Where did the time go? What did I do for 34 days? Get mauled by things in the deep forest? That's about it. The Northern Road. Do you need to restock up on cleanliness? The peat fields. I'm curious about something. I do have 2 keys, and this is a large metal door. I'm trying to learn more about this trapper, Erastus. Are you sure he's a trapper still? His tone is inquisitive. I spoke with him in his very place not so long ago, and he was convinced he's going to take to a higher craft. Ooh. Have you met Asterion? He wanders among the garden beds, from time to time touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was nae wanting to stand aside and let events play out by themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance, Asterion serving as a messenger. He bends down and tears away a small flowerless plant. He wanted to settle down among these roads, maybe to live freely. He had great plans and wanting to make this realm flourish. To rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trader out. I told him that a forest needs no more people and that his realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten him. And now he is no more. He pauses, and you can hear his heavy breathing, as if he's getting tired. He straightens up. And that's that, traveller. You want to look for his shell, travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. Sure. Okay, that's a good lead. I'm glad I'm getting this lead at day 34. I wonder... Depending on your beliefs, oh, right. Gambling experience. Hardly negligible. Right, this guy's of no use, and I can't open his fancy door, therefore I shall go elsewhere. Booty the Roadwarden. There's my journal. No, since I am forsaking my necromantic quest, or I don't even know how to describe it, but I guess my point of interest, I will go tattle to the monastery and see what happens. Yes. Travel to the monastery. Time to tattle. I'm a big tattling baby. I saw Rentius' rituals. He strengthens his weak spells with blood magic. During your report, Ailey avoids Decima's piercing gaze. That would clarify some doubts. His tribe was always weak on Numa, but from what thou sayest, he's not a sorcerer, but a madman. He finally looks back at his companion, his voice grows stronger, and we need to take it to our prelate. Can you tell me about Erastus? I can a lot, but should not. He's a troubled soul. You ask a few more questions, unable to shatter his patience, and the monk thinks about his words carefully. He saw us alchemists, not rites followers. He saw us as alchemists. His heart craves someone it can't be, and he begged us for a remedy. But there is no potion that can cut such ties, only time. Then you mention Erastus sounds like a determined young man. Ailey scoffs, more like a child who thinks a day they're touching is the only one they will ever come. Oh. It does not seem like somebody... They're both problematic individuals. Cassie seems like a big lummox of a coward, and Erastus is a child. What do you know about the necromancers of the north? He rubs the liver spots on his forehead with his bandaged hand, looking with one eye at his short companion. This and that. What was White Marshes like before the priest's arrival? Far from lonely. His smirk softens as his eyes grow worried. It's been struggling for years with food, children, and beasts of the bogs. The traders, they were strangers to us, even in the old days, when they used to join old Pagos in their pagan feasts. He looks at Decima, who listens to his tale curiously. Then the monks arrived, and that bridge went down in flames. Then the missionaries reached the bogs during the years of war. There were already some wounds that could never be sealed, not even by a shared prayer. Fascinating. How does one deal with the undead or necromancers? Well, well, is it a single corpse, a squad, an army? Thou needest to learn how shrewd the enemy is. Can it sense thy presence? Can it use bows or spells? As long as thou art alone. It's always better to run. The older empty ones, even more so those that weren't awakened by the fogs, get cunning, human-like, but with cruelty thou hast never seen. So they really are the souls of people trapped within a physical shell. I guess that's why they call it shell. He rubs his bandaged wrist. Monastery has been of no use or help to me whatsoever. Old Pagos, do you have anything to say? As you are approaching the gate, you hear muffled shouts and insults. After you knock out the gate, Tertia opens the peephole. Oh! That's what it was. Angrily, you approach the gate and knock at it. She gives you a long look. Healthy still? Good. Tell them about the druid's plan. I may know a way to help with a plague. Oh. I may know to help with the plague, you begin. Even before you end your story, various voices interrupt you with all sorts of queries, which results in a long, chaotic conversation. As their enthusiasm rises, more people approach the gate, chiming in with their doubts or asking for things that have been already explained. Through the hole in the gate, you see a swarm of shifting faces and clothes. It's understandable that they're worried. I try to tell them everything I know. This is a waste of time. Yes. The locals spend most of the time arguing with each other about hope, desperation, doubt, and distrust. You're even accused of trying to manipulate desperate souls. Reaching the point where you can move on takes you a good few minutes. There isn't much you can do from here, but as I've said, awakening the altar requires Numa. If you've something I could use as a sacrifice, it will be a huge help. Yet another long discussion occurs on the other side, though this time it's more organized, with one soul speaking at a time. When Tertia addresses you, there's sadness in her eyes. There's no enchanters here, or all the magic potions we had were used to fight the plague, and my neighbors don't want to give away our last treasure to somebody they don't trust. I can't make this decision for them. Fine then. Hope you won't regret it. She closes her eyes in a moment. Me too. Have you ever met Erastus? He speaks slowly. Remind me who that is. After your brief description, she seems to ask someone for advice. I believe he was here, yes, but soon left after the monks and for their guidance. Rather unusual. Her voice gets cold. For a pagan. There's nothing else I can think of, so I'll walk away. Yeah. 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 What time is it? Oh, it is going to sleep time. To the dell. La, 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 la. I'm broke. Go away. Go to the main square, and I sleep. Actually, I could go to the innkeeper and buy rations off of him instead. Boop, boop. Yes, that's way better. Thank you. Time to slumber on a mouflon pelt. Yes. Sleep. 5 days left. If the peninsula hides any more secrets, you may not have enough time to unravel them. Safety comes first. And also resting. Resting is important, kids. It's warm here, but the mouflon skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple of times during the night. The smell of the cooked stew fuels your hunger. Speaking of hunger, I'll leave the square inventory. Feed me. Right. Time to go to the Beholder. Beholder, behold, I approach the altar. I make an offering. Spirit rock. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath, then shatters into dozens of tiny rocks, not much larger than grains of sand. That would have been really cool to see in real life. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. I try something else. What else do I have? What about boar? Do boar tusks have pneuma in them? Boar tusks. You put the tusks of the boar on the altar, but nothing happens. Okay, fair enough. Simple arrow, pointy arrow. Oh yeah, simple arrow. Simple arrow. Oh. Wait. A simple arrow. You put the arrow on the altar and its feathers get slightly darker, but after another breath, no more changes occur. You try to repeat this action, but to no avail. Okay, so that did actually something. A cave ear. No. I do possess such an item. What about mushroom? You place a couple of plants of all types and sizes, but none of them seem to do anything. But I will sacrifice Dave. No, I will not. How much magic does troll urine have? A winged hourglass. A steel pendant from a leather strap. What about the winged hourglass? You place your winged hourglass on the altar, but nothing happens. I try something else. Which item would you like to sacrifice? Dave. The temptations. I walk away. I need more. Oh yeah, I can buy the rocks from the lady. I forgot. I can buy the rocks from my crush, Eudocia. What about the wax tablet? A wax tablet. Nope. Right. Map. Time to travel. Right, what? Journal. Recruit a hunter. How much money do I have? None, actually. Delightful. Time to travel. To the pelt I go. Nothing. Hello, Kit. Thank you for stopping by. You did indeed. Because I am streaming, it is not Friday. Welcome in. Right. Let's see. How am I doing? I am doing quite well. In terms of game, we've managed to do quite a bit. We've earned the trust of an enchantress And we died to skeletons. I just woke up kinda so a little drowsy. That's okay. Take your time. Unclench your eye sockets. I also love skeletons. They loved killing me. It was not a fair fight. It was me up against 4 skeletons. They battered and beat me down. My initial reaction, I think, might be worthwhile enough content to clip, so I'm gonna do that at some point this week. Yes. The deceased and diseased bodies of dead people being possessed by the spirit energy of the fog was too much for little old me to bear. Oh yes. Can I? Oh yeah, I can. Oh yeah, I can't afford to gamble. About the hunters, I'm ready to tell you what I learned about Erastus. Can't say that you dispelled my doubts, she sighs. I'd rather invite someone who knows how to fight when it comes to it, and I won't flee without an order. Nah. I walk away. Oh yeah, I can sleep now. Where Eudosi is, so I might just do that, considering how many hours I have. That would be quite a good endeavor for me. I need money, though. You can sleep, pee-pee. Yes. Yes, I can sleep. I have gathered enough rapport with the Enchantress where she allows me to stay in her shed. As long as I don't light up the shed that contains very flammable hay in there. Right. I don't got nothing. Anything at the dolmen? Any cool rocks at the dolmen? I enter the chapel. I prepare my wooden lantern. Ooh. The strong light lets you take a quick look inside. Even though a part of the ground is covered with a single massive slab, there are sections free of any flooring. You see soil, small rocks, sand. In one spot, you find the remains of charred wood. Also, you notice sticky soot on the walls. Parts of it cover black marks and pictures, possibly letters. I look around. Marks? A large part of the wall is covered with engravings. It's difficult to find out what they are meant to portray, but one picture is obvious to you, a long arrow pointing down. Parts of the writing, as well as the nearby wall, is covered in soot. Arrow down, huh? Oh, okay. So there's an arrow downwards. Even though a part of the ground is covered with a single massive slab, there are sections free of any flooring. You see soil, small rocks, sand. In one spot, you find the remains of charred wood. Part of the floor is littered with the remains of an old campfire, not more than a couple of months old. You see dust, burned bones, and wood. The wall above this spot is covered in soot. Soot. You notice sticky soot on the walls, parts of it cover black marks with pictures. Is clear soot? No. I wonder... what can I do? Nothing. I can do nothing. Can I punch the floor? I cannot punch the floor. Aha! Aha! I am a genius! You make a couple of small holes in various spots, but the most interesting area turns out to be hidden beneath the remains of an old campfire. You move all the ash and pieces of wood until you find a well-preserved plank. You dig around, finding a solid trapdoor locked with a steel padlock. I have a key. I have multiple keys. Did you eat anything today? I devoured a banana and two pieces of chocolate pastries, and I ate a bit of chocolate about 5-10 minutes ago. That is what I have been nourishing on for today. Devoured. Nice. Thank you. I love chocolate. Chocolate is delightful. Ah. Dang. I break the trapdoor with my axe. Trapdoor opened. You take your axe, but realize that the padlock may be much easier to break through. The wooden planks, even if a bit moist, are in great shape. Today's my sibling's birthday. I made chocolate cake for him. Well, I wish your sibling a happy birthday from me, and very nice. Baking is so delightful. I can actually also... I've dabbled in baking myself a little bit here and there, and it is quite delightful. You just smash a couple of things together in a bowl, and out comes the chocolate cake. Very nice. It's pleasant to hear that you have a similar hobby. I'm not a sweet tooth guy, but I can do it. Very nice. It is something to take pride in. Cooking, like many other things, is a skill. And even baking, even though a bit less precise than cooking, is also a skill, and it also can be messed up. This actually reminds me of a story of the first time I tried to bake a cake. I misread the instructions, and instead of putting about a teaspoon's worth of baking powder, I put in a cup's worth of baking powder. Needless to say, the cake that was meant to be sweet turned out actually very salty and disgusting, and I had to throw it away. I look inside. You lift the hatch and the heavy, humid air suggests an abandoned farm cellar. Your candle allows you to estimate that the tunnel is roughly 15 feet deep. But there's no ladder that you can use. You think about lowering the rope, but you realize that one of the brick walls is covered with large holes meant to be used as a sort of vertical stairs. You hear no sound coming from the tunnel, but the moldy walls and old cobwebs are not very welcoming. Time to go die in a hole! Live on stream. You have to move slowly, learning the new route. You hug the cold, moist wall, seeking the support for your boots. It doesn't take long before you feel comfortable enough to jump down, then light up another candle. Both the walls and the floor are made of stone slabs. You see no movement, no other sources of light. The short tunnel leads you to a small room. I walk inside. The room smells of rotten wood and fungi. Abandoned junk is scattered on the ground and shelves. Earthenware jars, rotting scraps of linen or leather, wooden plates, bones for carving, and rusty iron tools. While these odds and ends may be years or decades old, the basement could be just as ancient as the main floor of the chapel. The one thing that seems to be uniquely fresh and durable is a small wooden box held together by a few fiber cords. Have I discovered Asterian's hidden hovel? I take the box. It doesn't feel empty, but it's light. You shake it for a bit, trying to guess what's inside. You can't open the box without cutting the cords. I cut the cords with my knife and open the box. The box turns out to be filled with rags, covering a fragile bottle. It's small and closed with a tall wax seal, inside of which you see a thin stick. It should be easy to instantly open it if needed. You can't look inside it, and if you open it, you may not be able to seal it again. Nevertheless, you recognize a magical potion when you see one. Ooh. I attach it to my belt. It may be useful later on. It is definitely worthwhile to drink magic potions that you don't know the contents of. Using the light of your candle, you memorize the holes. You climb up quickly. Is there really nothing else? I guess there really isn't anything else. You find nothing of value. Fair enough, game. I go outside. There's nothing for me to do here. Fair enough, but I managed through the power of deductive reasoning and text-based RPGs to actually find the secret. I'm very proud of myself. I don't play many text-based RPGs, but the fact that it gives you text where you can deduce that you can do something, I feel very smart. I'm a very smart, brainless skull. Hey. Right. What time is it? It is 8 hours. I have so much time in this day. I think my best order of business would be to go to Eudocia, give her my big cool offer. If she declines again, I'm just going to go to Pelt to the North and say, you know what, we're done for today. I didn't solve anybody's problems, but hey. This is my first time being a Roadwarden. Right, to the secluded residence. Ooh. We take a short ride through the road surrounding the tower. The branches, rocks, and plants and bones are cleared. The trail evened out, and in many spots you notice large prints left by the boulder-like feet. Eudocia has kept her word. Crossing these hills should be much easier now. Good job, Eudocia. You're awesome. Oh, I don't have to wait for hours now. You touch the cold shell. The monster's eyes glow red. Bodhi! Come inside. I could use a break. I go straight into the house. Eudocia sitting on a stool by the hearth and stares at a brand new fishing net lying on the floor. I love how over the course of this entire playthrough I've only managed to earn the trust of one person. How many people are in this game? Like 10? Quick save. Let us trade. Oh, a spirit rock costs 7 gold. Or dragon bones, to be specific. Right, well, I'm gonna pitch my pitch. I think it's simply a good moment to have an honest conversation about our shared efforts. It may be, she says slowly, and I guess it means we're leaving soon. Come, take a walk with me. Ah, she was far more receptive to me being emotionless, just like her. I guess mimicking the other person. Oh. And there was a funny skit from a comedy show that basically showed a person adjusting their personality to fit in with the person they were talking about. So, another life lesson from Roadwarden. If you'd like to get ahead with somebody socially, mimic some of their mannerisms. Because if they do it, obviously they must respect those mannerisms. While we're heading towards the gate, I tell her about my deal with the guild. The peninsula is a dangerous place. I also wonder if that actually works, but might as well try it. I guess it's important to note that within the usage of this strategy, it's important to not come across as parodying another person by over-exaggerating their mannerisms and mimicking them in a mocking way. I think the best way to succeed with that strategy is to mimic them in a serious and respectful way and subtly. Subtlety is the name of the game in social circumstances. Or at least from my experience, I don't claim to be a wizard or a prophet on these matters, or experienced in any way, shape, or form. However, these are my observations. Anyway. Can you be sure that monks won't turn their neighbors against ye? She cocks her head to the side. So far. So wise. Is it because you're decrepit? I don't know whether or not the fact that I am a decomposing corpse helps. But, oh yes. Considering my appearance and the fact that people stay away from me because I smell of sweat and dirt, I don't think being decrepit helps much in my wisdom. Particularly in this game, anyway. Right. You know, I'd rather not. I believe that she flinches. It's not. Maybe. What's your decision? She declines. Very unfortunate that I couldn't get her to join me on my merry band, but to be fair, honestly, I wish I had the option to, instead of doing my job and going back to Havleven. Ooh. Hello. Thank you very much for the follow, Klims32. Welcome to my menagerie of circumstances. Right. Of course, fellow strimmer. Delightful to have you. Thank you for stopping by. Where were we? Oh yes, I was gonna go back and call it a day for this adventure overall. Oh yes, going back to Pelt of the North. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get our cool Enchantress GF to come with us on our merry adventure, but at least I get to live to tell the tale. And I might get some sort of ending of some kind. I don't know. Right. Tulia, beautiful Tulia. Summer is almost over. We should travel back to the city. She shrugs. Well, if... Alright, gotta go. Elden Ring DLC with peeps. Bye. See ya! Again, thank you for stopping by. Right. Well, if it's any city rat is going to criticize me for getting out here before the end of my watch, it ain't to jump into the sea for all I care. I can head back whenever. Alright. Are you all packed and ready? It's time to finish our adventure. I got rejected by my enchantress companion, and now I get to leave in defeat. Yes. She rests her hands on her knees, then straightens up. I am if you are. You look outside. It's too late to ride to the other side of Hag Hills, but you could leave first thing in the morning. Let's introduce you to Dave. You're going to spend a lot of time together. All I've got left is the head back into the city. Oh, you can build... Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's true, I guess. I guess the way this works is every single person or city or village represents a faction. And if you manage to do enough good deeds or enough quests with that faction, you earn their trust and you may be able to actually stay with them. So that would be very nice in a future playthrough if I do have Roadwarden tomorrow as well. I didn't actually think I would be able to finish it. But I feel like this playthrough was a very good sort of tutorial on how to properly play this game and get through everything. So I am actually curious about a second playthrough and see if I can accomplish that. I'll probably be faster because I won't be reading all of the intricate little things. But we shall see. Right, let me introduce you to Dave. You love Dave. Dave is a beautiful horse. Kit, I have a query for you if you're still here. I have no idea how many viewers I have. I have that statistic hidden, so I have no idea if you're here. But if you're here, there you are. I have a question for you. Would you be happy if somebody, not pointing any names, named a horse after you in the future? Would that be something that you'd be comfortable with? Just hypothetically speaking. Okay. I will keep it in mind. Thank you for your input. Right. The owners recognize you in the Bless the Empress Inn. Oh, where the hell am I? Once again, your pouch is light, and you have to spend the night in the common room, chewing on watered-down gruel. I've always been terrified of horses, though? Oh. Well, luckily, potentially in the future, being named after a horse does not mean that you will have to encounter a horse. Especially in the sense of video games. Where I live, people are not good at riding horses and they get killed. Yes, horses are extremely dangerous creatures and need to be taken care of with the utmost care and precision and love and all that. I have encountered many a horse in my day because I either had grandparents that had one or went to stables, and I have also seen a lot of video, but it's because they're stupid, like they fall off a horse and get dragged to death. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that take their safety on a horse for granted, but at the end of the day, it is a giant beast. And I have seen, every time I think about the dangers of horses, I am reminded of that video I saw about a horse kicking another horse with its hind legs and snapping its neck and killing it instantly. Horses are incredibly strong and should not be underestimated. So your fear of horses is very much justified. But in this game, it's a palfrey, and those are slightly smaller-ish, sort of, kind of. What am I? In what regard? I am many things. You have to be more specific. I am the skull of a ram. As metal and as cool as it would be, horses do not have these horns. Imagine a horse with ram horns. That'd be amazing. But no, this is a ram skull. I also have a tag. It says ram skull. A ram is a... I'm not good at skulls, and no worries. It's a valid question. I'm more than happy to answer. But yes. Oh yeah, a ram is a... Wait, hold on, I need to check the Wikipedia on this. This is important, I need to get this right. This is terrible, I suck at skulls. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Let's see here, time to fetch the Wikipedia. Bighorn sheep. The bighorn sheep is a species of sheep native to North America. It is named for its large horns. A pair of horns may weigh up to 14 kilograms. The sheep typically weigh up to 143 kilograms, which is 350, pounds? No, not pounds, the other thing. Recent genetic testing indicates a distinct subspecies of Ovis canadensis, one of which is endangered or something. Sheep originally crossed North America, yada yada. So sheep. I am the skull of a male sheep. And the reason for that is, lore. I went through it in vast details in relation to my presentation and my debut, a month ago. In 3 days, it's actually going to be my 1-month anniversary since I started streaming, but I can give you the, footnotes version. Essentially, a wizard and a knight had a bit of a spaff. And from that spaff, I came to be. It is essentially, it's essentially what would happen if Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster did the fusion dance. I would be the end result. And the reason why there's a ram skull in the whole ordeal is because the wizard had a ram skull staff that was used as a conduit. It was a last-ditch effort from the guy to preserve himself by stealing the knight's body, but it sort of went awry, so to speak, and I am the result. Your local magical abomination. But I might be... I've been thinking about doing a different description of myself. Because it is a lot less succinct. I can't judge much, having in mind I'm a porcelain tangerine themed cat boy. Yes, very... You're among like-minded people in that case. Right, what are we doing? Game. Days fade slowly. With Tulia by your side, you can't simply outrun the autumn predators, and a few times your journey gets violent. I hate saying cat boy. Embrace the power of the cat boy. I'm made of glass. Like-minded in a... what's the word I'm looking for? Not spiritual. What's the opposite of literal? I am blanking on words. Where are we? Figurative, that's the word. Like-minded in a figurative sense. In a technical sense, I'm made of bones and don't have a brain, and you're made of porcelain. So, and you cry tangerine tea. Like, physically speaking, we couldn't be more far apart from each other, but company-wise. Anyway, after all the fighting I did in the north, the road isn't too rough. After 2 days, you join forces with an encountered caravan. The roads get wider and harder, and you meet the first patrol of soldiers. We're so different. We are not so different, you and I. Oh, and I'm the chef of a human-eating eldritch horror. That's quite the expanse and lore you've got there. We're here, says the lieutenant, in the last village you visit before reaching the city walls. Without explaining, she approaches a few red-haired farmers that are observing you curiously from the bench in front of their pit house. After exchanging a few words with them, she heads towards your palfrey and starts to unpack Asterian's possessions. The strangers spare you only a glance, and while their eyes remain troubled, they politely accept their inheritance. Oh, I found Asterian's ginger parents. Are you planning on making more lore in the future? I really enjoy lore. I most likely will. I think the way I'm going to go about it is I'm going to just stick to my original lore, which is very much detailed, and the first debut video on my YouTube VOD. Do I actually have my YouTube channel linked to my socials? And yes, I do. So my debut has all of my lore compacted into the span of a 1 hour long presentation, which is long, but not as long as I thought it was going to be. But anyway, my point is that I'm probably just going to expand on it and just go from where the original starting point was, which is... I woke up in a pit. And I found a lovely little museum that I now currently inhabit and stream from, but again, a lot of all the details are in there, but I'll just expand on it, especially for the 1.0, since you're one of my regulars now. Thank you very much, by the way, for supporting me. I will be expanding the lore, and I will have a 1.0 soon. I've finished the model. It is on my... what's the word? Schedule, that's the word. Whenever I go offline, you can actually see my schedule, and the silhouette is there. I've always wanted one of your kind of skulls. Yes, I actually also have one as a souvenir. It is not a life-sized version, but they are just so cool. I am so glad that I have one, even if it's a porcelain miniature representation of a ram skull. It's still a ram skull, all the same. Someday I might own a actual genuine one. Oh my god, the model looks great. Thank you very much. But yes, for my 1.0, I'm going to have a lot of teasers and things going on, and a lot of little assets. and it will be done eventually. Oh, that... Actually, no, if I was a bit more popular, I could actually make a thing where I show the... Oh yeah, the thing the popular company-owned VTubers do when they have a new outfit is they show the silhouette, and they let artists fill in the gaps and show what their interpretation of the silhouette is. That would be really cool, but I'm not popular enough to do that. I don't know any artists either, so... Nah, not an avenue I can pursue. My grandpa owns a skull of something similar. Hello, Gamer1109. Anyway, where was I? I'm finishing this game. I wonder what happened to... I asked for some hay for Dave. Dave, enjoy some hay. So I guess the true mission for Tulia was to find out what happened to... what's-his-face? Asterion, and I guess I never found out. So... Rip. After taking care of some chores and meeting a few friendly faces, you leave your mount. Probably gonna go to the bathroom and then go back to sleep for a bit. That is perfectly fine. I'm going to actually close shop after I finish this prologue or epilogue, because I stream for 4 hours and I'm past the 4-hour mark, so I will be calling it a day in the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how long it takes me to read all this, so... But yes, thank you very much for stopping by. Your presence is always appreciated. Right. You nod towards a few passers-by, but aside from the marketplace, Hovlaven is quiet. You take your equipment to the Blackwood corner. It's a dangerous alley, but you know a place where a coin will keep your bundles untouched. The Boarhead Inn. You listen to the rumors, but as the minutes go by, no one approaches you or asks you for help. The trade goes fine. You hear the city chief has a daughter now. The new ship is ready to sail. The taxes are coming. The corpse of the tentacled monster that recently entered the streets has been claimed by a vendor. And they're selling it skewered. I keep to myself, enjoying the calm before the storm. You ignore the growing drunken crowd so familiar to you and get a good sleep. You head towards and ask for the remains of the last day's supper. Mutton stew, a piece of rat pie, and a mug of kefir. You listen to the sea shanties. Coming from the window, Hovlaven is returning to work. When the messenger shows up, you let out a sigh. The merchants want to see you in an hour. You pay for some time in a small bathhouse and prepare your somewhat clean outfit. In the streets, you blend in with the working folk. Your group of friends meet you by the bathhouse and walk you to the guild's gate. We talk about this and that. They ask me mostly about the beasts I faced. Ah. After a few hours of exhausting examination, you lean against the wall, observing the arguing leaders. Their jewelry and rare furs could provide for many northern families, maybe even pay for a new stronghold. You wouldn't recognize the priests of the United Church if it wasn't for their familiar faces. Too bad you haven't found that poor wretch, mentions one of the traders. No one here remembers Asterion's name. Let's just assume he's not coming back. Objections? There are none. You ask for someone to clear your throat. Your detailed description of the peninsula was welcomed with approval. And it's clear you're familiar with quite a few northerners. You fill the gaps in your report. You discuss the recent disappearance of a trading caravan. Eudocia's stubbornness, the few times you cross the heart of the woods. The lack of access from the coast, the shelter by the northern road, the mine in the south. Okay, I'm going to the Mimir. Take care, Kit. I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself. Thank you for streaming tonight. I enjoyed it so much. You are welcome. I'll see you next time. Many, many hugs. Cheers! I'll have heart emoji someday. I tell you what. Still, it's your dealings with the tribes that will have the greatest impact on their decisions. I recollect the blizzard of questions about the villages. Having little to show from Howler's Dell, you shared the general description of the village. So it's the richest place in the north, even if led by pagans, and placed in a convenient spot, a priest summarized. But what happened to Steep House? While you described the village in detail, a few uncomfortable questions were left without answers. At least there's time to consider resettling this spot, knowing its condition, concluded one of the artisans. You ended with a brief explanation that the druids will likely oppose any newcomers, and you noticed the telling looks of the priests and officials. Learning about the plague of Old Pagos has worried the officials, mostly with the thought that you could have brought the illness with you. After some time, they discussed the difficult future. Having such a place weakened is against our interest, you heard one of the artisans. I was hoping we could enter their hills with detailed plans of a new chapel, but now it would be a waste of our time. Too bad you weren't able to gain the monks' trust, but your description of the monastery is a good foundation nevertheless. According to the reports of, the city chief looked at a wax tablet. Truly, I believe, White Marshes is using the shells of the dead. After you explained that you weren't able to fix the issue, the inquisitive questions kept on coming for another half an hour. Seems like we may need to send a purging squad, summed up one of the priests. A crusade? They have nothing we could use anyway. One of the artisans waved it off. After hearing that your visit to the creeks had ended with little to no promises, the council's confidence in you weakened, even though a few of the members were not aware of the tribe's existence. So we hardly know of this place, and we need to start our work from the very beginning, said one of the traders. Are some pelts and wood even worth the effort? You were then confronted with Tulia's reports, now written down, about the dangers of the Eastern Trail. After the reassuring tale of your deeds, one of the clerks threw the tablet towards a board guard. Could be better, could be worse. We can work on that. The news that your time in Gale Rocks didn't lead to any promises received cold looks. According to the scrolls, they used to be of great value to the guild, said one of the traders. Not knowing what to expect of them presents great difficulty. With the tunnel closed, even a small caravan could struggle to reach the village, added an official. Whatever we're going to do, we don't know enough about the village's needs and wares to offer our prices from a position of strength. Another trader chipped in with an annoyed grimace. Should we expect any difficulties from the tribe of the Green Mountain? You heard at the end of the meeting, but no one was keen to explain who they are, and your questions were met with distrustful glances. I noticed that someone's looking at me. The oldest soul at the table, who started their life in the guild as a simple innskeep, smiles at you. Where do you think we should start, Bodhi? What do you mean? And before she responds, the city chief stands up and looks around the room. We've heard enough, he proclaims, and now we rest. Let's resume tomorrow. Then he glances at you. And you, Roadwarden, wait for our call. Very well. Quest completed. Explore the peninsula. So much has been explored. That very evening, soldiers find you by the well and take you to the interrogation chambers. The accusations are brief but hard to defend against. Failing your contract, sabotaging the city's interest, wasting the guild's resources, potential lies and manipulation, negligence of duty. After a night spent on the highest floor of the prison tower, you face the verdict. In the blink of an eye, your savings and possessions, including Dave, are granted to the merchants. An armed squad takes you outside the gate and hands you a stone knife. With no rations, armor, or dragon bones, you begin your banishment, with the sign of an hourglass burned into your cheek. This is not the end. I can still salvage this. With each passing year, fewer and fewer people risk traveling north until the forest reclaimed the valley, ending the trail for good. What happened to the tribes became a mystery, but according to the rumors, some villages fell, unwilling to unite despite the beasts, bandits, and undead. Bodhi survived a few days on the road, chased off from one village to the next. Having sparse equipment, no allies, and no mount, they ended up as a snack for the beasts of autumn. Yay! I fucking died! Oh boy, what a way to end this game. Oh. Well, I won't be able to take this lying down, so definitely going to go for a new game next week. Well, technically yes, and also tomorrow. So we shall be doing that tomorrow. We shall continue on with Roadwarden, this time a little bit wiser, a little bit more experienced, and most likely skipping some repeating dialogues. And I shall see you for that. Tomorrow. Sound, I demand it. Beautiful sound, right. Rippin' pepperonis. Absolutely got demolished. I completely failed to accomplish absolutely anything with regards to Hovleven, and they just banished me and I died. But it does show us that we have the opportunity to, if we allied ourselves enough with some of the villages, to actually stay with the villages. So hopefully I'll be able to... I don't really know which village I like the most. I guess the Creeks, they were silly. I'm going to actually commit to the Necromancers next time. I don't know how, but I will try. There's so many things to try, but we shall see what happens. Right, what's it called? Raid. That is what we're doing. And I know just who to raid a Rooney. Ray the Rooney we go. Thank you very much everybody for stopping by. I hope you had as much fun as I did during this absolute romp of getting destroyed. Yes, good. Right. We are instigating the raid. There it is. And we have our raid message. Feel free to grab it if you want to. It's not... what's it called? Not necessarily necessary, but... I forget the words. Words come... Word no good now. Brain short circuit at 4 hour, maybe. Not good. Mandatory, that's the word I was looking for. But anyway... Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for supporting me with your viewership and messages and follows and everything. And I shall see you tomorrow for more Roadwarden, starting fresh and hopefully being better than we were today. All right. Take care, everybody.